Michelle, are you ready? Ready? See how it is. All right, I'd like to call to order the Reno City Planning Commission Wednesday, May 16th edition. And we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Commissioner Johnson, will you lead us this evening, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Michelle, can I have roll call, please?
All right, Mark Johnson.
Here.
Britton Griffith is absent. Ed Hawkins.
Here.
Paul Levis.
Here.
John Marshall is absent. Kevin Weisky.
Here.
Peter Gower.
Here.
We have a quorum.
We do have a quorum just by enough, right? We have one extra. We do have one extra. Okay, thank you. Approval of the minutes, looking for a motion, if there aren't any comments on the March 21st edition.
Commissioner Weisky, so moved.
Commissioner Levis, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. 4.2, April 18th, 2018, looking for a motion.
Commissioner Weisky, so moved.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Anyone opposed?
Commissioner Levis, abstain.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Commissioner
you
Weisky.
did skip item number 3.
How did I do that?
Because you didn't want to hear from us.
That's not it. I can't count. I'm sorry. Yes, we did 4, so we're going to go back to 3. I apologize. And we will open up public comment. This item is for either public comment on any action item or for any general public comment. And I'll open it up. We'll start with Tammy Hold Still. Hey, Tammy.
Good evening, Tammy Holtstill, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee. The water's still there. I'm still here for the record. Today, we've had, by the time I left my house, 0.92 inches of rain. I don't know what downtown has had, but I know what we've had. This is Lemon Valley Drive, where you guys are tearing it up, City of Reno is. As you can see, the water is flowing very well. And if you look, you can see where there's a berm, and I'm going to be getting to it on the next slide. That right there, it is really close to breaching and busting open and the water slushing straight down Lemon Drive to Swan Lake. This project's been going on for, I think, a month now. There's been a whole week that nothing was done. We need something different. This has got to stop. I know you have some things for Ward 4. And as far as the Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee and the residents that I talked to, enough is enough. You don't have enough room for your affluent water. You don't have enough room for your stormwater runoff. How can you keep trying to pump more in when it's coming out the banks? It's a good question. I'd like to know. I don't understand the methodology in doing that, except for that it's money. And I've always heard money talks, you know what, walks, but I'm sorry. There comes a time when you're damaging residents and we're living in a year and a half of being prepared for flooding and being on alert for this kind of thing. It gets old and we're tired. I'm tired. I know you guys are tired of seeing me. I'm tired of being here. I'd like to go on being retired and do my other stuff. So I need you guys to start thinking seriously about why you're doing stuff to closed basins when you don't have the space for it. Silver Knolls, Whites Lake, or Silver Lake, White's Lake, and Swan Lake, they're all at pretty much capacity. They have issues. They're going to have issues if you keep going the way you're going. So it's time to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny Cleus.
Danny Cleus, for the record. That is around the corner from my house. Wasn't like that yesterday. It was pretty much dry. Right there. That's what protects my house from drowning again. Here it is, May. A year and a half later, and it looks the same. 8.2, you guys are going to have a zoning change tonight. Hopefully you'll say no. Hopefully you guys will start saying no to everything around there. A year and a half of living with this, a year and a half too much. Until somebody comes up with a fix with that lake, and I know the Washoe County engineer is here tonight, nothing should be done around that lake, period. This is one storm, and like Tammy said, almost an inch of rain for us, and it was still coming down when we left. Don't know what's gonna happen. Hopefully, that pump stays running. Those guys stay there with their equipment cleaning out the ditch, and things will get better. But until that time, until somebody comes up with a fix for that lake, and not the story, I'm working on it, which we get a lot from the engineers, things need to stop. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this general public comment item number 3? Seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back, and we will move on to item 5, which is city council liaison reports. Claudia? Okay. No report this time around, so we'll move on to item number 6, 6.1. This is case number LDC 18-00025 and 18-00037. This is the Daybreak Master Plan and PUD zoning map amendments. And this is a workshop. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Brooke, who's going to walk us through the format and introduction to the proposal. Brooke, welcome.
Good morning, or good evening, Commission. Good evening, Chair Gower. My name is Brooke Oswald, Associate Planner for the record. It's my pleasure to be here tonight before you to help facilitate this workshop this evening on the proposed Daybreak planned unit development and master plan amendment. Give me just a moment. Michelle will get up my presentation and we can kind of run through. What I have tonight is sort of the goals we want to achieve in this, and also the agenda and how we're going to, the format of this workshop and how we'll approach it tonight. So no action will be taken tonight on this. It is just a workshop. The goal is to educate and inform the Planning Commission on this project and also the public. We want to answer questions and facilitate discussion between us, gain feedback, and address the concerns. We're looking to also to have direction provided for the unaddressed issues or issues that do come up during this workshop. And then we want to prepare for, and this is to prepare for that future actionable Planning Commission meeting. We do have this scheduled for 2 hours. We have a number of consultants and different reviewing agency bodies, representatives tonight, so we want to try to move this through and be expedient on this. In attendance from the city, we have Community Develop, that's planning myself. Sienna Reed is here as a senior planner. Also Janelle Thomas from the engineering portion. Public Works, Park and Recreation is represented. Fire is here. Finance, Washoe County School District, Nevada Department of Environmental Protection, RTC or Regional Transportation Commission is here. Also, Washoe County Engineering is here tonight, so you can direct your questions directly to them as they apply, or they will step forward and apply that. The applicant also has other several representatives and consultants that they have here tonight. They'll go through that, who they have, and with respect to who to speak to. We're going to, as we move through the presentation, we're going to go through, as you can see, there's a lot on the agenda. And what we're going to do is stop at each one, and we're going to ask questions at each one so that we can address those right at that time. We can ask questions, you can talk to the representatives and also the reviewing body agencies on that. Then we're going to have a public comment period. We ask the public at that point that they please address their concerns and questions to the Planning Commission, not to the representatives at that time. And then we'll come back and we'll have a final discussion, and those that would be an opportunity for the Planning Commission to address those public comments. You can also ask additional questions and then provide that additional feedback and direction that we're looking for. So this time I'm going to hand it over to the applicant, who will run through their presentation workshop. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers. Thanks for allowing us to be here, and want to compliment staff on really presenting this opportunity, because I think this is a good process to, for a project of this nature, of this size, to have this dialogue, to have this workshop environment, to be able to kind of go through a lot of the different issues, the different aspects of the development prior to, the pressure of having to make a decision on it. So we really appreciate staff's recommendation to go through this process, and we already feel it's very valuable. Hope you feel that way too. Just to give you an idea of the cast of characters that are here with us tonight from our side of the fence, Chris Bly with Newport Pacific Land Company is the principal owner and developer. Also with Newport Pacific, we have Mark Burks and Tom Martin, Steve Strickland and Derek Kirkland with Wood Rogers, Lauren Chilson with Traffic Works, Mark Kruger with Archcrest, Jeff House with House Moran, Joe McGinley with McGinley and Associates, Jeff Glazner and Jenna Bin with Salix, Eugenia Larmore with EK Economics, and Jason Spidell and Travis Hansen with Couts Environmental. Our intent here is to bring all the subject matter experts in order to provide you with the best amount of information that we have possible and answer your questions as best we can. Just to kind of cast an umbrella over the situation that we're in Reno right now, based on the economic boom that we are having, and the increase of population that's coming to Reno due to a really good job by our economic development efforts to attract a lot of new types of jobs to the region. Just want to provide you with a snapshot of really what's creating a housing problem for Reno Sparks at large. We have 4.2% unemployment currently. That effectively is full employment statistically. We have 1.97% vacancy in our multifamily and our apartments. That 1.97% effectively relates to an apartment being vacant for a couple of weeks in order for them to clean it out for the new tenant to come in. Effectively, that is full vacancy of our apartments. At the end of last year, looking forward into 2018 in the forecast that the Builders Association does, Archcrest does that every year, and reported that we have 1.3 months of resale supply. So we have a very tight supply of resale, which begs the question of needing a lot more new homes to come on the market in order to backfill and provide the necessary housing for the 42,400 new residents that are projected to come into the region by the end of 2019 to work in the 52,400 jobs that are coming based on the EPIC report. And drilling down more specifically into the South Reno submarket, by the end of 2021, we're going to be out of new homes in South Reno. If we take those statistics and drill down a little deeper, the EPIC report that was done several years ago, EDON has been tracking that information, and this is observed data that's presented on their website. So the 52,400 new jobs that were predicted in the EPIC report, the red line you see on the graph there, we're outpacing that currently. The 42,400 new residents that were predicted in that EPIC report, we're far outpacing that as well. Drilling down into the south submarket, 2017 home sales, what you see on the graph on the left there in the south suburban submarket, that submarket makes up nearly 40% of the new home sales in the entire Reno-Sparks region. When you look at the specifics of those new home sales, the lot supply that's in South Reno right now, it's somewhere around 2,500 homes left to be built on the approved projects, Curdy Ranch, the rest of Damani Ranch, things like that. When you look at that and you project out just the 2017 home sales, about 700 homes that were sold, if you were just to maintain that average over the next few years, you're effectively out of lots by the end of 2021. This Daybreak project, if approved, would come on and really provide that necessary housing stock to maintain the housing in this area. With 40% of the housing in this area, if you were to completely cut that off by 2021, we have even bigger problems than we do right now. Daybreak project is going to provide some solutions to that. Provides a much needed housing for Reno. As we stated, Southeast makes up 40% of the new home stock that's going to be out of homes by 2021. New home permitting and development takes at least 2 years. The tentative map and final map process is well over a year right now, and then construction, so we're a 2-year process to get new lots on the market. Just simple macroeconomics, lack of supply is going to equal upward pressure in home prices. We're introducing new and innovative housing solutions to increase attainability and attract a new myriad of buyers. So right now, the median home prices in our region far outpace the median household incomes, and those median households are struggling with finding attainable housing. That ultimately creates downward pressure throughout the full spectrum of the housing market. So where you have folks that may have been able to buy a home 5 years ago, or only a few years ago, they're finding themselves needing to get into a rental situation, which is pushing people down into, less desirable rental and ultimately into maybe weekly hotels. And you're seeing even at the bottom of our housing market where we're seeing an increase in homelessness, and our homeless shelters are really at capacity because of this sort of full spectrum housing epidemic. Daybreak provides smart development that links existing neighborhoods. This is definitely an infill development. It's a large development, but it's a large infill development. We don't require extension of city services or utilities. They're all at our front door. We have new infrastructure in the way of the new Veterans Parkway, as well as city municipal services like water, sewer, that are right either through the property right now or at our front door that don't require a large extension of those services. And because of that, we have a low economic or environmental impact due to this infill location. The Daybreak project is a 980-acre former ranch. It's often previously referred to as either the Butler Ranch or Bella Vista Ranch. It's located both on the east and west sides of the new Veterans Parkway. The Veterans Parkway is indicated as a dashed black line there going through the site. It connects South Meadows and Donner Springs neighborhoods. So South Meadows there on the south side, and so South Meadows. And then Miraloma is kind of up here on the north. The Heron's Landing subdivision is between our project and Miraloma, and Rio Poco stubs into the property on the west. We submitted a master plan amendment back in October. The master plan amendment was submitted in the context of Reimagine Reno. You guys were working towards an approval of that master plan in the fall of last year. We submitted it and worked with staff to say, look, we want to submit this and work through the PUD. We understand it's going to take more time. We want to wait until Reimagine Reno gets approved. And so we submitted it with that new master plan in mind. So the designations you see on the map in this master plan exhibit are akin to the Reimagine Reno designations. You'll see some yellow for single-family neighborhood. That's very traditional and what you see in to the north and south of us in Donner Springs and South Meadows. To the north here, we have some multifamily neighborhood. It's next to some suburban mixed use and existing multifamily up near the intersection of Miraloma and McCarran, as well as some mobile home subdivisions to the west of us. We have some suburban mixed-use nodes, both in the north and the south. And on the next slide, when we get to the development plan, you'll see how that mix of uses kind of falls out, especially in this south portion, which we're referring to as our town center. Ample amount of open space, and then these orange areas are the mixed neighborhoods. So this is a little bit new in as far as the approach to housing in PUDs, where in Reimagine Reno, when you guys looked at that and you had your housing study as part of that, it identified, we have a huge amount of single-family detached homes in our market. We're getting a backfill of multifamily units, but we have this sort of, and this is nationwide, a missing middle of housing products. So single-family attached townhomes, duets, duplexes, that type of higher density for sale and higher density single-family detached type units is sort of not really represented in the market. We have a few examples, but not really fully represented. So those orange areas are something we're excited about to be able to introduce into the overall housing market. The development plan that's included in the PUD includes a number of things. 32% of the site is dedicated as open space. A large portion here in the middle of that open space is a large hillside, which basically divides this into a north and south topographically. We have a park. Our community park facility is located in the middle. The intent there is really to stitch those two communities together, being bifurcated topographically. We wanted to have a community that was not just a north and south, but one that was unified, and felt like that central park facility was a great way to do that. The residential plan proposes 4,700 residential units in a mix of different residential products. We have a mix of commercial. We have a little bit of neighborhood commercial up at the north in that suburban mixed-use node, and a few different parcels down on the south. The red is the neighborhood commercial. The purple is the arterial commercial located at two future signalized intersections on Veterans Parkway and South Meadows Parkway. When we have done a considerable amount of outreach for this project since we submitted this back in October. We've had near or more than 50 meetings with various, we went to the NAB 4 times, we went to the CAB once, we've had 2 neighborhood meetings, we've had numerous other stakeholder meetings with HOAs surrounding this. And early on when we presented this and we said, 4,700 units, people's eyes get pretty big because of the scale of this project. So what we were trying to do with this slide is communicate that the scale and intensity of this is not outside of the realm of normalcy that we see in other master plan communities in the area. So our Daybreak project, 4,700 units on 980 acres, is 4.8 dwelling units per acre gross density. When you look at kind of Spanish Springs or the South Meadows area, Kiley Ranch, Damani Ranch, Wingfield Springs, Double Diamond, Pioneer Meadows, Bella Vista Ranch, all have a range of residential densities and units from, say, 2,300 units up to 6,700 units out at Kiley Ranch, and residential densities between 4 and 5 dwelling units per acre. So our 4,700 and 4.8 to the acre is definitely within the, like I said, the realm of normalcy for communities that we're used to seeing here in northern Nevada. I want to talk a little bit about this town center concept down here. We have a mix of uses. We have those mixed neighborhood, a little multifamily, some single family detached, and then the central commercial area. The idea here is to provide a commercial area. Because we're introducing more higher density single family into the market, you're going to have more of those units aren't going to have yards. They'll be like more patio homes or townhomes. So we want facilities that are kind of an extension of the backyard or of the living space. So in these areas, we kind of, we like some of the examples locally, like the South Creek development down on the south side of town on South Meadows or Foothill and South Virginia. So we present these concepts into the master plan for Daybreak in order to prime the pump for the type of commercial development we want to see here. Heavy emphasis on public space and hyper-local businesses for restaurants and things like that. Also want to talk about these mixed neighborhoods. So what we're doing is actually introducing a number of different product types that aren't currently being built in the market, but are innovative housing products that are elsewhere in other metropolitan areas. So we have Tom Martin with Newport Pacific has gone through a fairly extensive product segmentation plan in order to be able to sort of push the envelope into this market and introduce new products to builders, and also attract new builders to the market. That's another kind of benefit of this project because of the size and scale. Provide some certainty to the market to where we can attract more builders into the Northern Nevada region and increase the pool of builders. Increased competitiveness in that market is going to be a good thing for consumers. These mixed neighborhoods, just to kind of give you through some examples of this, a row townhome is going to be 4 to 6 units per building, definitely more attached, more dense, 2 to 3 stories, going to be alley loaded, 1,400 to 1,800 square feet in those units. A mansion townhouse concept is 3 units per building. The neat thing about this is really from the front elevation, it appears as a large single-family house. So one door on the front accesses 1 unit, and then doors on each side access the other 2 units. This is alley loaded. Again, because it's alley loaded, the idea with the overall master plan is to present front elevations to the main streets so that it's not kind of your traditional walled-in master plan community where you have backyards backing up to it, but that you have more of an inclusiveness of those units into the public space. And so these type of products really do a great job of doing that. Duets, kind of now getting into just a single-family attached or single-family semi-detached. It has a shared wall, typically 2 stories, may have a small yard, a little bit more traditional in its front-loaded garages, 1,600 to 2,000 square feet. The microhouse concept now starts to blur between attached and detached. So this microhouse concept is a mix of single-family detached on small lots, as well as some single-family attached. So you'll have a duet next to a smaller lot, small cottage there. We can get really high densities actually with this. These are alley loaded as well and can push upwards of 21 dwelling units per acre with small yards or patios with the homes. These are ranging in the 1,000 to 1,600. So this is where you really get kind of that first-time home buyer can really enter the market and be able to have something within their price range. Now we jump into more detached, which 6-packs. This would be 6 homes on a central alley, higher density single-family detached product. This has typically maybe referred to as a cluster court design. We have some of these examples in the Reno Sparks area. These will typically have a small yard and maybe a little bit bigger living area with 1,600 to 2,100 square feet. And then up to the villas, these are kind of more your traditional patio homes, a little bit smaller lot, but they're single-family detached. These are designed in a traditional block design to where it's that gridded street pattern, to where you'd have these 2 homes facing the one street, and then as you turn the corner, you would have basically a double front elevation on the corner lot to where it presents as a shallow, wide housing product. So you get a real nice residential street scene as part of that. These have small yards and push a little bit larger in the overall square footage with 2,000 to 2,400. Now, in addition to these, we're just highlighting these mixed neighborhoods because we're wanting to stress the attainability of these. We do have a full spectrum. We have the multifamily portions. We also have single-family detached for kind of what we're used to seeing of the 5, 6, 7,000 square foot lots. So we feel like we're kind of hitting at all different segments of the market. Now we want to jump into more topic-based aspects of the project. So if you have questions for, in this case, emergency services, representatives from Reno Fire. This project is served by 2 fire stations, Station 6 on Miraloma and Longley on the north, and Station 12 at Veterans and Steamboat on the south. The service territories for those 2 stations basically put this project in a 6-minute or less response time, so it's great. In working with the fire department, there was no indication of needing an additional fire station in here. There may be some other needs as far as equipment needs, and we're working through that with the fire department. Are any questions on emergency services?
I'm sure we do. I'm not sure that we want to break at this point to ask those, or we want to keep rolling through the presentation.
It's up to you. We kind of figured if we wanted to have sort of a back and forth and stop on topics when it's fresh in your mind, if you guys want to get through the whole presentation, we can do that too. It's up to the pleasure of the board.
It's my preference. You have some pretty good momentum going, Andy.
Okay.
My preference would be to have you just keep rolling through it and give us the whole picture, and
All
then
right,
we can circle
let's do
back.
it.
Is the rest of the commission okay with that?
Thought the term momentum was good. That was nice.
Momentum.
Feel free to interrupt, though, yeah, if something
If
jumps
you
out
do,
of you.
please, yes. You will not break my momentum. Too much. Parks. So the City of Reno park standards that are established in the Parks Master Plan for community parks and neighborhood parks, they're a little bit different than national averages, which is not uncommon. They have maybe a little bit smaller acreage requirements or things like that. So we looked at the parks for this basically at two different metrics. So one would be park service territory, basically the distance that a park should serve, kind of a walkable or bikeable distance. And then a service standard as far as acreage per 1,000 population. So community parks, what the exhibit shows on the screen is effectively all the existing parks around the area with the addition of our central community park. So basically we're showing we have full coverage of parks from a service territory standpoint. The City of Reno's park standards have community parks, generally 1 to 2 mile service territory, 15 to 50 acres in size, serving a population of 20 to 40,000 people. Neighborhood parks serve up to a 1/2 mile service territory. They're 1 acre pocket parks up to 5 to 15 acres for neighborhood parks and serve up to 6,000 people. Proposed in Daybreak is a number of parks. The main community park in the middle is kind of the main feature. That park is going to be dedicated to the city, constructed and maintained, or constructed by the developer, maintained by the homeowners association. We've been working with the Parks Department, and we're in the process of drafting a draft agreement for a residential construction tax agreement with them for that park in particular. In addition to that, we'll have 3 neighborhood parks, neighborhood or pocket parks that will all be owned, developed, and maintained by the homeowners association. Those parks will consist of an 11-acre, it's almost actually 12-acre community park, as we mentioned before, centrally located to stitch these 2 neighborhoods together. That neighborhood park is coupled with a 120-acre more passive open space. So where the city's standard is 15 to 50 acres, what we're proposing here is a 11 to 12 acre highly amenitized park next to a 120-acre passive open space. When you look at the description of a community park in the Parks Master Plan for the city, it talks about having a mix of uses and, flat fields and ball fields and play structures and stuff like that, in addition to passive recreational open space. So we feel like we're getting a lot of bang for our buck. There are some existing trails in this hillside. We'll have trailheads at different locations that will lead up to Vista Point at the peak there. This trail system then, with some improved trails, will link over to the Washoe County Huffaker Hills Open Space and Trail Network. So we get a real rich, real diverse mountain bike and hiking trails as part of this. That 11-acre community park is going to entail 6 acres of flat fields, play structure, covered picnic area, restroom, sport court, trailhead, and parking area. So again, kind of squeezing a lot into that park to highly amenitize it with the passive open space directly adjacent. We have 3 neighborhood parks. They'll be 3 to 5 acres in size. Generally, we'll have parks to the north, parks to the south, and possibly to the east. We are actually looking at, instead of having, say, 1 5-acre neighborhood park, it may be a series of, up in the north here, it may be a series of smaller pocket parks that are linked with a linear park. The idea being, instead of just having kind of 1 5-acre neighborhood park centrally located, we want sort of 3 unique parks that have their own ethos associated with them, their own theme, to where it gives some interest, where it's not just a, park with a tot lot and a ball field. It's kind of, you may have a nature park, and you may have a sport park, and then you may have a children's park or something like that. So we get a kind of a different theme with it, and provides a richer experience for the residents. In addition to that, in the PUD, we have encouraged art and interpretive signage throughout the parks and trail network. On this last slide, sorry, want to emphasize also the street section that we're utilizing in the PUD also has a mixed-use bike path adjacent to the street. So when you see these red lines through here, that represents, in many of those cases, that mixed-use or multi-use path alongside of our street corridors. Schools, we've been working closely with the Washoe County School District. We actually turned over to them our phasing plan and the unit counts for each of those phases and said, hey, where do you guys best want your schools? In initial conversations with them, actually yesterday, we didn't have conversations with them yesterday, but in our conversations with them, they indicated that, there's a new Poliquitas Elementary School, and actually yesterday was the groundbreaking for that. I'm sure you saw that on the news. Poliquitas most likely is going to primarily alleviate overcrowding at Double Diamond Elementary and Brown Elementary schools. It may accommodate for the first couple villages in our first phases of development. Up in the north, this is Donner Springs Elementary School here. Between Donner Springs and Hidden Valley Elementary School to the north and east, there's about 150 seats that are currently open in those elementary schools. The idea that we discussed with the school district is, more than likely because these kids are living right next to the school with some rezoning potential, those kids would most likely be within the walk zone to go to Donner Springs Elementary School, and maybe these lower villages would come to a new elementary school centrally located within the development. So 8 acres we've set aside for an elementary school. We've also set aside 12 acres for a potential K through 12 charter school. There's a number of charter school operators that are in the market looking for more locations. So we liked the idea of kind of that energy in our town center, and set aside that 12 acres for that potential as well. Lastly, 20 acres up here. This 20 acres is set aside. It is in conjunction and next to some BLM land. This BLM land has a former NDOT aggregate pit on it. The school district identified this parcel, this federal land parcel, as one they would be interested in obtaining. When WC1 was passed, the new school funding bill, the school district created a 10-year capital improvement program. In that 10-year program, they identified 3 high schools to be built. The first one is likely going to be the Wild Creek Area High School. And then the second and third one, depending on how some of these developments build out, could be either in Cold Springs or in what was identified as a Donner Springs, Bella Vista Ranch area. So the school district is looking at 2 or 3 different sites in the southeast part of town. This could be one of them where we set aside 20 acres and they acquire some federal land for a high school site in the future. Project like this is definitely not without its hurdles, and we feel like we have addressed them more than adequately. And we're going to get into the specifics of all of these, but hydrology, we're providing 125% of the code required volume mitigation for the floodplain out here. Wetlands, we're significantly mitigating our disturbed wetlands. Mercury contamination, we have an approved remedial action plan with the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection. It's already been approved by them. Traffic, the Southeast Connector really is one of the greatest assets of this development. It planned for the development. It planned for the growth associated with Daybreak. So the intersections, the roadway itself can accommodate the growth that's associated with this project. We additionally incorporated a number of different traffic calming measures into the project and some surrounding areas. And then feral horses, we're basically taking a stance of saying, there's a lot of people out there that know more about horses than I do. And so we have looked to those experts. We've had several stakeholder meetings with different advocacy groups and said, look, you guys tell us what the best practices are, and we want to do that. So working with the city, working with these horse advocacy groups, we feel like we have a comprehensive plan for addressing the horse issue in the southeast part of town. Hydrology. So portions of this site are located in the 100-year floodplain. More importantly and more specifically, portions of the site are located within the city of Reno's critical flood pool zone 1. So that critical flood pool has its own ordinance associated with it. It requires mitigation to a 117-year floodplain. So where FEMA regulates to a 100-year floodplain, this is more conservative to a 117-year floodplain. That floodplain basically represents the base flood elevations that were observed during the 1997 flood event. We have done a considerable amount of floodplain modeling and work to understand and present a plan that is not only feasible, but can have some real project benefits, not just to this property, but to the community at large. When we went in originally, we based our floodplain modeling is based on the latest and greatest 2D model that came out of the Truckee River Flood Project, which is based on some ongoing and the latest technology from the Army Corps of Engineers and their modeling of the Truckee River. In addition to that, the RTC has a conditional letter of map revision, a CLOMAR, that was approved and is being built as part of Veterans Parkway. So we went to FEMA actually early on and said, we want to base our floodplain analysis on the existing condition, the floodplain model that the Truckee River Flood Project has, in addition to the built environment that is being constructed by RTC for Veterans Parkway. It makes sense. They're going to be finished in July. We're not going to be turning any dirt here until or end of this year, beginning of next year at the soonest. So it made sense to do that. Because we've done so much work on this mitigation effort, we understand that the ordinance itself requires a 1-to-1 mitigation. So any shovelful of dirt that goes in, an equal volume of dirt has to come out so that there is a net zero impact to the overall volume of flood storage in this area. Because we've done so much work, we actually proposed 125% mitigation. So we're 25% more and basically providing more flood storage than currently exists on the site now. This is what that floodplain will look like ultimately. So the Southeast Connector, Veterans Parkway that goes through the middle, you see the floodplain mitigation area that the RTC is constructing along the Steamboat Ditch corridor. We basically kind of mirror that same thing along the Southeast Connector. So along the Southeast Connector, your view shed is going to be kind of wetland and floodplain mitigation area. What that looks like, basically along the Southeast Connector, we'll have a low flow channel. We'll increase the excavation in that area. This channel will daylight, so the water in a nuisance event or whatever, just a kind of a normal event or heavy sprinkler use in the summers, whatever it may be, that's a positive drainage. It flows out ultimately to the Truckee River. In heavy events, we provide additional storage. So where we're filling on the development side, we're reducing the amount of area on this side in order to provide that 25% more storage. So this has been, in our outreach efforts, this has been something that has, it's floodplain, it's volume mitigation, it's a complicated topic, and so we tried to provide an analogy for folks and say, look, this is kind of like, the floodplain out here is like the story of two bathtubs, okay? The bathtub on the left is wide and shallow, and it holds 100 gallons. What we're doing is effectively changing the shape of the bathtub. We're making it narrower and deeper, and if the existing floodplain, if the existing bathtub on the left holds 100 gallons, the one on the right has to hold 100 gallons by the ordinance, but in our case, it's going to hold 125 gallons. Wetlands. We have various water features and features on the site that fall under the jurisdiction of the Army Corps of Engineers as jurisdictional waters, about 76 acres to be exact. When you look at the map, this is a former ranch, and so a lot of the features that are on the ranch, for example, I'm pointing out this blue line here, that's a former irrigation ditch. So a lot of the features are kind of akin to the former and historic ranching activities. Included in that is Alexander Lake. Now, Alexander Lake is a little bit of a misnomer. It's about a 4 foot deep stock water irrigation pond. There's a small dam here on the east side of the lake, and then it's been used to irrigate. This is that irrigation ditch that flood irrigates the fields on the ranch. What we have proposed to the Army Corps of Engineers, we've submitted our 404 permit. The permit was submitted in April, and actually the public comment period for that ends tomorrow. So we are well ahead of the game with respect to the floodplain, with respect to the wetlands mitigation and the 404 permit. A lot of times when you guys see a project like this, you're conditioning the 404 permit. We're 10 steps ahead. So the mitigation plan for this includes a number of different things. The mitigation will have an 11-to-1 mitigation ratio of seasonal wetlands and an emergent marsh complex. It'll have a 1.5-to-1 mitigation of that intermittent stream as a low-impact development feature. And it'll have a 1-to-1 mitigation for Alexander Lake to reintroduce this North Fork of Thomas Creek. So we have a little cross-section here that shows basically taking out that dam and letting Thomas Creek, or the North Fork of Thomas Creek, go back to a natural stream environment. It'll have low flow channels and room obviously for heavier flow, a trail in there, and a mix of wetlands and upland vegetation in there to really provide a much higher quality water resource than what currently exists in Alexander Lake. When we presented this option to the Army Corps of Engineers initially in our preliminary meetings, they were really intrigued by it because in their estimation,
kind of muddy open water with some fringe wetlands is a less desirable water resource than a high-quality wetland and stream environment. And also putting it back to more of a natural stream environment is more beneficial and more desirable than that lake that was dammed up for ranching purposes. Soils. So Steamboat Creek, which flows through the RTC's right-of-way over here, historically is known to carry mercury from an old Comstock mining site down by Washoe Lake. So it's a known environmental concern. It also is known that wherever Steamboat Creek water was used to flood irrigate for ranching activities, that there exists a potential for contamination in the soil. So we had McGinley and Associates, our environmental group, went out. They tested all the blue areas, which are all areas that could have been historically irrigated with steamboat ditch water. They took the results back to the laboratory and tested that to see where mercury levels were above the regulatory levels. It came back that 4 areas, the 4 red areas on the map, which basically represent 4-acre grid size. Those 4, basically that's 16 acres total there, had the potential for mercury contamination above the regulated level. They went back out, they tested in each of those grid cells, they went down every 6 inches to see what the depth of that contamination was. When they, in all the cases, the mercury was basically encapsulated in the top 18 inches of the soil. So the mitigation plan and the remedial action plan that we have approved with NDEP has us excavating 2 feet of the contaminated soil, so basically down to below where we know it's contaminated, stockpiling that temporarily, and then burying that under a minimum of 2 feet of clean soil. In addition to that, part of the protocol is that after we have the grading activities, we go back out and test to ensure that the mercury has been encapsulated underneath of that, that clean soil. Knowing that this was a constraint going into the master planning for Daybreak, we were able to plan around it. So if you look at the 3 areas on the north side over here, you'll notice that they're in open space areas. Down on the south side here, it's in an area that'll be covered by roadway or commercial property or commercial development. So that mitigation will happen during the construction of that. So we can basically put it below footings and ensure that it's coordinated into the development of that commercial area. And then in the north part, it's under open space. Really the concern is that we don't want to have any potential contaminated soil underneath residential areas. 10, 15 years from now, a homeowner goes and decides they want to dig a pool or put a in-ground jacuzzi in or something like that, and they unearth that mercury. So we're encapsulating it in areas that will not be disturbed in the future. There are 2 existing aggregate pits that are permitted and active on the site. The one on the east side here is currently being utilized by Granite Construction for the building and construction of Veterans Parkway. The one on the west side here, the whole half side of this hill is gone. A&K Earth Movers has been extracting fill material or construction material out of that and fill material out of that for a number of years. Obviously, that's a benefit to this project because when we have to fill these development areas to get them out of the floodplain, we have the fill source on site. It's obviously a big benefit, but it's also a benefit to the community at large. So in similar cases that we have seen in other developments, maybe south of this, that had to do similar construction activities, we don't have heavy truck traffic. That's we'll be able to reduce the amount of truck traffic that's coming through, bringing in haul loads because a lot of that fill material is going to be generated right on site. Traffic. We have a traffic impact analysis. It's required with a PUD. Was conducted by Traffic Works. On the right side here are all the intersections that were scoped early on with city engineering staff. We have primary access points from Veterans Parkway at 2 locations, one on the south, one on the north. Both of those will have traffic signals associated with them when they're constructed. And then 1 access point on the south here at South Meadows and Echo Valley that also will have a traffic signal. And then we are providing an extension of Rio Poco to connect to Veterans Parkway. That's something that is encouraged in the master plan to have connectivity between our neighborhoods. Rio Poco has a giant roadway that basically dead ends into the property. It begs to be connected to Veterans Parkway in the future. We have been working understanding, we working with the NABs and other different stakeholder groups, there's a concern, especially in Southeast Reno, about speeds on roads and wanting to mitigate up front any potential impacts for vehicle safety or pedestrian safety. And so what we've done is worked with engineering staff and our internal engineers, and just in really the function of the design of these roadways to have curvilinear roads that promote lower speeds. We're looking at design speeds for 35 miles an hour on all these roads, all the red and blue roads. The green road, we're calling the park connector, will be 25 miles an hour going by the park. It has a very curvilinear nature to it. The blue are 4-lane collectors, the red and green are 2-lane collectors. Addition to that, we're providing additional traffic calming with roundabouts at the north, on the west, and one on the east over here. Those roundabouts have an opportunity to slow traffic down on some of these straightaways, but also they provide an aesthetic. We have the opportunity for landscaping and art installations in the big center portion of the roundabout. In addition, we're incorporating pedestrian safety elements. So required in the handbook would be on the 4-lane segments of the roundabouts where MUTCD does not require, or AASHTO does not require pedestrian flashers. We're going to require them as part of the PUD, so you'll have a safer pedestrian environment for pedestrians crossing these roundabouts. We talked about the traffic improvements, traffic signals on the 2 accesses at Veterans Parkway, traffic signal at South Meadows and Echo Valley. Rio Poco is the interesting one. So Rio Poco is a very wide, 60-foot wide paved roadway. It can accommodate actually 4 travel lanes on it and was originally developed to be a collector roadway. It is still identified in the regional transportation plan as a collector roadway, so it is intended to take a lot more traffic than it currently has. And so connecting the communities, we understand, there's going to be some folks that are going to travel on Rio Poco from this development. So what we have worked on is our traffic calming mitigation measures on Rio Poco to help make it a better situation for the residents that live there. The first segment from basically McCarran to Sierra Madre Drive here really is the only block on Rio Poco where you have homes on both sides of the street, fronting on both sides of the street. So through this segment, it'll still be a 2-lane roadway. We'll then have a striped bike lane. That bike lane will have a buffer, striped buffer next to it, and that will be next to a parking lane. This allows for people that are parking on the street to open their door, not risk getting dinged by a bicycle or, God forbid, a car coming by, and also gives a lot more space for people backing out of their driveways to have this entire width here to back out and get into the flow of traffic. When we move further to the south, Sierra Madre basically to the project boundary of Daybreak, we're able to get a little bit more creative through this segment. We only have houses fronting on the north side of the street. On the south side of the street, there's a large drainage channel that comes down, and so you don't have any homes fronting on that. So what we've proposed is basically pushing the travel lanes to the south side of the street here. We will then build in an 8-foot landscaped median. That median will separate a side lane or kind of a little frontage road that will serve the on-street parking as well as the driveways and access to those driveways. So the people that live in these homes will have the opportunity to back out onto their own little safe frontage road and then ultimately get into traffic at an intersection. Feral horses, the consensus has been basically and the goal for kind of the broader goal down in this area is to have a consistent and contiguous fence along the Virginia foothills. And so what we took as a best practice from the experts and from city staff that's been looking into this is basically prior to any construction activities, we'll need to install wire fencing, which could be temporary fencing to basically get the horses out prior to any construction activities. Ultimately, the fencing along the boundary there will be made up of probably a combination of that wire fencing and backyard fencing, but ultimately have a contiguous fence along the eastern boundary of this development. There's an existing cattle guard at Alexander and Rio Poco here. That'll need to be replaced. It's filled in with dirt and obviously will need to be replaced with the new roadway. And then a temporary cattle guard down here until the fencing can be continued and filled in from this property in Bella Vista South and portions of Damani Ranch. Our phasing plan, development of this size takes a few years to build out, so we're estimating it's a 10 to 15-year build-out. Our first phases are basically going to be in 3 different areas. So phase 1A is on the southwestern portion here, and phase 1A East on the east. Phase 1A West will have construction of the extension of Echo Valley and the signal at Echo Valley. This portion is out of the floodplain. It would not be subject to a CLOMAR, as is this 1A East. We will need to construct the extension of South Meadows Parkway across Steamboat Creek to get into here, as well as portions of Rio Wrangler. Phase 1B on the north side. Planning Unit 2 and Planning Unit 5 are largely outside of the floodplain and can have basically be developed initially. Parcel 1 here, or Planning Unit 1 here, is in the floodplain, so it would be kind of a later portion of Phase 1B. Then the phasing would then continue with 2A to round out the town center. We feel we really want that synergy and that critical mass in the town center, so that's our Phase 2A. Phase 2B on the north, Phase 3 to the west over here, and then Phase 4 in the central area here. Phase 4 basically coincides with those 2 active aggregate pits, so we're gonna squeeze as much material out of there before ultimately those get developed. Some of the project benefits. This project is an infill development. It does not require extension of city services or utilities. This is not leapfrog development. This is not development on the fringes of our community. This is linking together existing neighborhoods of South Meadows and Donner Springs. It provides a much needed housing supply for Reno's growing economy and population, as we talked about earlier, especially in the South submarket, where you make up 40% of your housing stock in all of Reno Sparks is going to be gone by the 2021. So this provides a much needed source of new home supplies so that we can hedge against really inflated house prices. It provides a full spectrum of housing products to address that missing middle, again, getting to the housing study that's in Reimagine Reno and the goals of Reimagine Reno to provide a full spectrum of housing products. We have 25% dedicated to this missing middle mixed neighborhood that will create more attainably housed housing options. We mitigate our floodplain impacts at 125% of code requirements. We have a fiscal impact analysis that was done for the project. It showed a $13.6 million surplus in revenue to the city of Reno's general fund, as well as a $22.8 million surplus in revenue to the city's street fund. And additionally, we're improving Rio Poco Drive to provide some traffic calming and streetscape beautification. Just to give you an idea of the time frame or the timeline of what we've been on for this project, we submitted the master plan amendment back in October. We had our first neighborhood meeting in November, actually before we submitted the PUD. Our intent there was to try and present the project to the public and receive some feedback that we could immediately incorporate into the PUD before we sent it into the city, and we did that. We went to 4 different neighborhood advisory boards, Ward 2 and Ward 3 twice. We also went to the South Truckee Meadows Citizens Advisory Board. We had a second neighborhood meeting in February. Our 404 permit was submitted at the beginning of April, and like I said, the public comment period actually ends tomorrow on that. So we'll start to get some more feedback on that 404 permit here imminently. We're here at the Planning Commission workshop here in mid-May. We're going to be hosting a third neighborhood meeting at the end of May, May 31st, 6 to 8 p.m. at Tamarack Junction. That way, the idea there is, kind of having the workshop with you guys tonight, hopefully receive some very valuable feedback. We can then, if we need to react to any of that feedback, make some changes, be able to present that back to the public at that neighborhood meeting at the end of May, and then ultimately hope to come, tentatively scheduled to come back to you guys June 20th for a Planning Commission hearing. Right around that same time, we'll be submitting our CLOMAR to the city, our conditional letter of map revision to the city, which ultimately goes to FEMA. Once we get through, obviously hoping everything goes okay at the Planning Commission hearing in June, that sets us up for City Council in July and August. This is a project of regional significance, so it would go to regional planning, both for the master plan amendment as well as for several items that are projects of regional significance here. So the Regional Planning Commission will see it, and then ultimately council certification and recordation hopefully in October, which then kicks off our final design, which basically includes that initial backbone infrastructure for the first couple of phases and mass grading for those phases. And then you'll start seeing some phase 1 tentative maps coming through, hopefully towards the end of this year, beginning of 2019. We established a website, daybreakreno.com. We've been providing a lot of information on that. All of these presentations that we've been giving, kind of the latest and greatest presentation has always been up there. So this presentation will be going up probably tomorrow. So we've been as transparent as we can be with the public. Our promise early on was to, meet with as many people as we can, get their feedback. We've had over 50 meetings with their various groups and individuals over the last 9 months or so. And look forward to continuing to work on that over the next couple of months. With that, that concludes my presentation, and be happy to start answering some questions.
Right, Andy, well done with the presentation. Thanks for walking us through that. Would you mind putting up about 3 or so slides in? I think you had an outline of the issues or the topics.
I'm frozen.
Walk through. Give us an outline here.
I'm sorry, what did you want, Peter?
Oh, that was on Brooks' presentation. Can you put
Oh,
that
the outline
up?
of the different topics?
Yeah.
One more. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
So as a suggestion to the commission, we can use this as an outline. I think this gives us a nice overview of a lot of what Andy walked us through, some of the topics that might help frame our questions and feedback. So feel free, commissioners. Housing is the first one up. Questions, feedback. This is a workshop, so it's meant to be kind of interactive, just a dialogue. Us getting feedback, Andy getting feedback. I'd like to start us off. Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Andy. What percentage of the housing that you're discussing as entry-level housing to help meet our Reimagine Reno goals
Sure.
is between 100 and 150,000? And then what percentage is between 150 and 200,000?
So we have a mix. So at the kind of starting, I guess, at the rental level, right? So we have about 700 units of multifamily that's included. And then 25% of the overall 4,700 units are in that mixed neighborhood designation. So that's what we're calling the attainable. So that's where you're going to have a range in there, right? So that was kind of in going through those slides of the different housing products. You're going to have some, the townhomes and things like that are going to be more down to, kind of that median income affordable.
So
house.
what's the price points in there?
Price points change, and we don't know yet. I mean, obviously, we're a couple years out from having any homes hit the market, so it's obviously market driven, but the intent there is with higher density, with a more diverse product mix, you have an opportunity then to provide more attainably priced. So, your median household is in the 50 to 60,000 range. So your household, your homes hopefully are in that $200,000 to $350,000 range for those attainable ones.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Andy, one of the things that we have seen on PUDs in the past is that there's a presentation with a number of different, I guess, the terminology is different now than it was on previous PUDs, but when we're looking at these mixed neighborhoods, they allow for quite a range of densities. And obviously, you've presented a number of options. I like some more than others, but I think they're all, definitely serving. But I guess my question is what is how do we know that we're still going to get those? Say 5 years from now, we've seen PUDs come through that have a density that's say an MF 30, but then there's, done with a cluster development, or they've reduced it because the overall package wasn't going there, and so we end up with a single-family product, which is allowable, but not what was originally intended for. So looking at this and hearing and responding to Commissioner Weisky, how are we going to know for sure moving forward that, 5, 10 years from now, that's actually the product that's gonna be there, and it's not gonna shift to something that's back to our $400,000, $500,000 single-family residence?
Sure. Michelle, can I switch back to my presentation? Sorry. Just want to use some exhibits here. So a couple thoughts. One, when you look at the master plan designations that we use, so this is sort of a new paradigm for master plan designations and PUDs, right? Back a few years ago, before Reimagine Reno, we would come in with a master plan designation of special planning area. It was just a broad brush. And then we would ultimately come in with the PUD and say, these are the development areas. And, we usually write in some flexibility to kind of react to market conditions. But the direction that's, is kind of a change in Reimagine Reno is going to this concept of really having designations in the master plan. So there is an expectancy of what can be built there. And so what our approach has been on this, in order to still have some flexibility to respond to market conditions, is if you look at these large bubbles of suburban mixed use and mixed neighborhood, those provide more area than what we're actually presenting in the plan. So this area here is all mixed neighborhood in the master plan, but we have some single family neighborhood in there. So kind of the punchline is, if in the future market conditions change and there's an opportunity, we're at 4,700 units, that's the max, but we're not using all of it. There's an opportunity maybe to change a couple of these village to mixed neighborhoods and increase the density in them. So that's kind of one thought. The other thought is in these mixed neighborhoods, we're kind of deferring to the master plan. So the mixed neighborhood has a range of 8 to 15 dwelling units per acre. What we put in the handbook is basically your maximum density is 15 dwelling units per acre. So to kind of address your concern of how do we assure that, probably the best way was, we have a ceiling, we need to put in a floor. And so maybe that's something we should consider in the PUD to say, especially in these mixed neighborhoods, the minimum density is 6, 7, 8 dwelling units per acre. The maximum is 15.
Okay, I think, and that's kind of where I was going with that, is that if that's the intent, and especially if you're aligning, it's a perfect example. If I've got 8 to 15 in the master plan, if that's what you're gonna consider this, that should also be 8 to 15.
Yeah, agreed.
And then the secondary question, which I guess is a little bit related to this type, quite a bit of information in here on different architectural styles. Yes, I went there. It's gonna happen. Is the approach that a developer that has one of these villages, they can pick, I want to go with the Spanish colonial style? Or is there something in there that basically requires maybe more of a mix? So we're not, you've given a style, which, or a number of styles, which is great. But how is the plan maybe in the verbiage to make sure that we're seeing that mix, not just, oh, there's the Spanish colonial section, and oh, there's the ranch style collection. I can see with all of that in there, how can we get that kind of sprinkled throughout each one of the developments?
Sure. So that's our hope, and that's our goal, is to have kind of more of an eclectic mix rather than just, it's Spanish and Tuscan and,
Please stay away from the Tuscan. We've got enough of that.
We have
Reno.
enough, yeah. But what we put in the handbook, so there's kind of two different things here. So what we put in the handbook is sort of the basics, I guess, if you will. We establish an American heritage architectural style, which can be, craftsman to Napa contemporary. So we kind of have a broad brush in there. And then what is also in the handbook is that we will establish design guidelines, kind of more robust design guidelines. We'll provide that to the city for their feedback, to the city staff for their feedback administratively, and then ultimately that's what gets given to the builders that come in. And in that guide, our intention is to have, you have to have a mix of architectural styles. You may have to have 3 or 4 product types, 3 or 4 different elevations, and they can't be in the same genre, I guess, for lack of a better term. So we do have that in there, and that's our hope, that's our desire, and the approach here is a little different, right? We're not looking to create just development parcels and hand it over and say, go build your widget. The hope here in working with, I introduced Tom Martin early on with Newport Pacific, working on product segmentation to really introduce and kind of hold the hand of builders to be able to introduce these new product types into the market. And by doing that, we kind of get to control the narrative more.
Okay, so I guess then as my part of the workshop feedback, I like what I'm hearing. I'd like to see how, if we can just do a slightly better job of communicating that so that we know moving forward, 5, 10 years from now, tentative map comes up where development gets into the city, that is the intent and that is what we're going to be putting out as a requirement.
Okay,
So,
great.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And you have a question following up on where Commissioner Weisky was going and where Commissioner Johnson went on his first question. And it relates in part to affordability, but you had one of your first slides up there, had at the bottom in big bold print, a housing crisis. And I think we all recognize that we are in a housing crisis. And the question that I have, and it's as much for you as it is for the city as a whole, not just staff, but, for all of us in the city, is with this development, it's kind of a unique opportunity, right? It's a unique challenge that we face, and it's a unique opportunity within that challenge to address what Andy has up here in bold print at the bottom of the screen. And my question is, with the proposal, we've seen, some really innovative housing options, and I think it's kind of piqued all of our interest. My question is, does it include enough of that? Are we doing enough? Are we challenging ourselves enough as a city, you as the developer, collectively, to provide those housing options, to provide that density, to address that crisis?
Sure. So I guess I go to kind of the development plan here and looking at the numbers, right? We've got about 2,800 single-family detached homes out of the 4,700. So a little more than half is kind of that traditional. And so the rest of it is made up of that mixed neighborhood and multifamily. So, getting close to a 50-50 mix, I think is far and above what we've seen in other developments, especially, the developments in the immediate vicinity of this. It's, you've got 95% or so of it is kind of that traditional single-family detached 5, 6, 7,000 square foot lots. So I think we are pushing the envelope, and we've definitely done the market assessment and feel that this is kind of within the realm of possibility. Obviously, it has to be possible, right? It has to be marketable, it has to be market ready, and that's where it's a balancing act, and so that kind of becomes more business decisions as well, right? That it has to be something that can be sold to builders.
And I understand that, and there's so many factors that go into it, and that's why we're here tonight having this workshop and having this discussion. I would be curious to get staff's feedback on that same question.
Sure.
And
I wanted to add in too,
Yeah.
just one other thought on that, and kind of getting back to Commissioner Johnson's original question is, that's kind of part of the purpose of why we sort of broad brushed these master plan designations. And what we have written in the handbook is basically, to maintain some flexibility to respond to market conditions is we have the ability to kind of move land uses around as long as they are in conformance with the underlying master plan designation. So like, showing these single family neighborhoods here, they're in a mixed neighborhood master plan designation. So the idea there is, we could, if it works really well, we have the flexibility in the future to provide more of it. So we're kind of testing a little bit, right? We're pioneers to a certain degree, but we hopefully we're kind of trying to be forward thinking about this and trying to set something up to where we kind of have that flexibility in the future.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate the pioneering spirit and that forward thinking. Again, I want to ask that question is, are we pushing ourselves enough? I mean, this development is phased over 14 years. It's going to be on the books for, decades after that. I mean, you think about our development patterns now, I mean, the PUDs are just beginning to hit the end of their build out that started, 2 decades ago. So, I mean, this is a pretty pivotal point and a pivotal decision that we're making here, and I want to make sure that we're getting it right.
Certainly. Michelle, can you turn to the overhead, please? So based on the Reno housing study that was done, we did a quick kind of markup of the percentages that were looked at that demand, and then looking at the project, this project, and how that met that demand. So as you can see, that single-family neighborhood, as Andy mentioned, is that large portion of this development. I think with this single family, something that's unique on that is that they don't have a minimum lot size. So they actually, even though we're not getting the density, we can get the same density of 8 acres, but they can cluster that. They do have the ability in that single family to do that. We do have that large portion where we're looking at roughly 39%. We have a demand of 30, my eyes are a little bad, 33%. They're bringing in double that in the housing. But when we look at those other 2 levels, that multifamily and the new demand of the multifamily and that middle, missing middle, as they've said, but that mid-density range, we get a lot closer to those numbers where we look at our new demand about 26%. This project brings in about 24% of that mixed demand. And then in that higher density, it is, once again, it's a little bit less. There's existing about 24, the new demand of 23. They're bringing in about 15%. And so that multifamily isn't as strong in that, but they are kind of trying to produce that middle a little bit more on that. But it is a hard, how do we guarantee that? And the minimums is something that we've been talking about with staff and making sure that we maintain those minimum densities within this. And that will be something we'll move forward with. Let Sienna go.
Thank you, Planning Commissioners. For the record, Sienna Reed, Senior Planner. I did want to provide just a little bit more context to the numbers up here as they relate to the policies that were adopted in the master plan. Certainly, you're well aware we did do a housing study, and this is just a very quick comparison that staff did just to get a general sense of where are the units in Daybreak with their proposed zones or PUD land use categories in relation to what we learned from the housing study, kind of that picture at the time in 2016 of what do we need for future housing demand. So the idea is not to use these numbers in an exact prescriptive way. We used the housing study to help inform our new policies of the master plan. And those policies, as you're well aware of, very much seek a broader mix of housing, and that's in our established areas, kind of our existing neighborhoods, as well as our new neighborhoods. So as you can see, this table definitely does show that there is more housing diversity that's proposed in Daybreak, but I just wanted to be very clear that we're not trying to hit exact numbers with our master plan policies. We want to have a mix of housing in various locations across the city, and we do also need to consider it in that broader citywide context. It's not appropriate to have this exact mix from the housing study in all locations. We need to be able to adjust to different site conditions and constraints.
Thank you for that clarification. Claudia, you want to add to that?
Just really quickly, Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. I just want to jump in on, just to compare this to the other PUD that you've seen most recently, Stonegate. We did have a minimum number of affordable units in that one, which we're not seeing in this PUD at this time. We've had discussions with the applicant on this, have not come to any specific wording, but that is not currently proposed as part of this PUD.
So I'll ask the question then, why?
Staff has requested wording on that. We have not been provided anything by the applicant. We are hoping to see that prior to it coming for hearing. That is an issue that we have raised, and I will see if Mr. Durling has any response.
I mean, that's a relatively new aspect, right, of incorporating into here. We're just trying to figure out what the best avenue is. So to be determined on that. Do you want to add, I appreciate Sienna's comments that, not every development is supposed to check all the boxes, right? This is, we're kind of, a smorgasbord, if you will, of units here. I do want to add, one thing that you need to clarify in the housing study, it took 2016 numbers. Since 2016, we've had some kind of rapid changes, especially on the multifamily side. I can think of, close to 2,000 units that are coming on board just in the South Reno area alone. So again, it's, we're looking at kind of what's coming on, trying to, look at obviously the economics of it from the developer's perspective as well as that. So appreciate the feedback on the mix of residential units and house types, but just wanted to kind of clarify a little bit. And yes, we are working on an affordable housing strategy.
Commissioner Weisky.
I would just like to share a comment with the high density, medium density, minimum requirements, the requests for additional information. That's something that I'm going to be looking for when it finally comes before us. And I hope, Andy, that what you bring before us is not something that is still a work in progress. I understand it may not be a 90 to 100% complete, but right now, I think that component is 40% complete. And that would cause me to be very quick to draw and ask for a continuation until that information is provided back to us, which would cause you delays on your calendar. And your calendar is not what's going to dictate a vote on my part, other than a request for a continuation. And to give staff ample time, because that's what I was thinking about earlier, which was a discussion that just came up about the new units that just came online or are coming online right now in the South. Give our staff time to update their information so that we get the most complete information. Because when we look out 15 years, I understand there's escalation of costs and appreciation and all those types of things, including on dirt. But affordable housing is affordable housing, and entry-level housing is entry-level housing. And those are two very, very important components to what our future is based upon with Reimagine Reno. And I know there's 6 other votes up here who spent many, many hours in these chambers over the last couple of years working towards that before we passed it on to City Council. So I just wanted to share that with you, and I know you understand exactly what I'm saying, Andy.
No, I really appreciate that, and you know, I hope you can appreciate, you know, we've tried to come forward with a plan that really is in the spirit of Reimagine Reno, and your comments are duly noted, and we're getting to work on that.
Thank you. One more comment on the housing. Andy, can you put up that slide that had the densities of the other developments, Kylie Ranch and Double Diamond?
Let me switch back. Lots of switching. This one?
That one, yep. So I think, so this is kind of a double-edged sword, right? It's good in the sense that we're saying, okay, there's precedent in the region for this type of development. It's 4,700 residences, it's big. Okay, yeah, it means a lot, right? It's significant. On the other hand, it's roughly the same density as all of these other half dozen developments that have come in the 20 years before it. So that's why I'm saying, are we challenging ourselves enough? Are we being pioneers enough to break this mold of essentially what is a cap of 5 dwelling units an acre? And I know we can accommodate more because I've seen the products and I've gotten excited in the presentations that I've seen of the products that are being offered. And I know there's market demands and there's infrastructure demands, and I really want us to ask ourselves as a city if we're just following the same pattern that we've followed for the last 20 or 30 years.
Sure. So just a little commentary on the comparable communities. So, you know, Kylie Ranch may be a good example where, you know, it's 6,700 units. There's a big chunk of commercial in there. I mean, I don't remember how much it was, but, you know, nearing 100 acres or so of commercial in there. They did have a lot of high density as well. But you just, you know, it's a little different, right? It's a different mix. We don't have that much commercial. We also have 32% open space. So when looking at density on a gross basis, that's going to, you know, reduce our number. If we were to take out, you know, especially that big hillside, that couple hundred acres or whatever it is in the center of ours, you're going to see a much higher, kind of call it modified net density on that. And maybe that's something we should calculate and present to you to say, look, yeah, the point of this, right, was to dissuade some people that kind of see 4,700 and think that we're creating way too much. And so, because that's a concern of some residents. So the point of this slide was say, look, this is still kind of used to what you're seeing in the market, but you're kind of coming at it from a different perspective.
Right, so density is, it's kind of unnerving, right? But we have a master plan that says promote infill development and encourage a mix of housing units and encourage higher density development. So we have an infill project, as you said, and you've shown us housing products that are really attractive, that could address things like affordability, that could address things like the housing crisis. Then let's take advantage of the opportunity. That's all I'm saying. And
Okay.
I think it'd be great to get a comparison of, if you take out open space, what does the density look like for the developable portions of the property? I think that'd be really nice to see that as a comparison. Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, maybe this will lead into, and I don't remember if it's the next bullet or not, but another discussion point, and that is that what I don't see here is an industrial component, a live and work component. That was a big part of our discussions over the last couple of years. Commercial, yes, I get it, but I don't see it. So now, are we increasing our carbon footprint because we're sending 47 residences with whatever their trips are out of the area to go to work and to come back home every day? That's actually, I think, one of the things that was a very big driving point to the early success of South Meadows development, is that the development of residential, even though it seemed like an enormous amount of homes back in the early 90s, was based upon having a live and work neighborhood. And I don't see that happening here. I see a lot of houses, a lot of people leaving and going outside of a 5-mile ring to go to work. Can you address that?
Yeah, we looked at industrial, actually, quite frankly, we did. We looked at industrial early on. There is a considerable amount, right? So here is that big South Meadows Business Park. When you look a little further to the north, I mean, we have a considerable amount of industrial and business, employment base here. Looking back, several years ago, there was kind of the center of town sort of started to shift towards South Meadows because you had so much employment down here. So there's a big employment base there already. And looking at sort of the, what that would look like in our development, we had a hard time, to be quite frank, we had a hard time figuring out how to make it balance. So it just kind of locationally, industrial uses want to be next to industrial uses. We appreciate, there's obviously the major arterial here, but putting industrial on this new nice roadway, good or bad, could be. We looked at over in this area over here, but there's access challenges. There's no access to the South Meadows area to come through this existing industrial area. So you'd be looking at coming through the residential area with trucks. And so we just had a hard time balancing that use with everything else. Additionally, I want to add, the employment for our region is changing, right? I mean, a lot of our employment is moving east of us into Story County. And we anticipate, there's a lot of people in the industry that are talking that Veterans Parkway becomes sort of the gateway to Trick. That opens up a lot more opportunity for employees out at Tahoe Reno Industrial Center to utilize this new roadway to get out there. So there's different employment bases that are occurring, which kind of helped, all formulated into our sort of reasoning for why we didn't include it.
Thank you. If there aren't any other questions on housing, let's move on to the next topic.
Next topic, master plan or development plan, kind of goes how, we talked about it with housing, if you want to, is there anything else on that?
What's next on the list?
Emergency services?
Let's go there. Questions on that? Yeah, I was ready to ask a question. You're there.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Johnson. So we have the fire chief here. When there's two of them sitting next to each other, they have to decide who wants to come up.
Evening. I'm Seth Williams, Division Chief. Fire Chief Cochran's actually on a conference in Montana, but hopefully I can answer your questions for you.
No, I'm sure you'll do spectacularly. The questions are pretty straightforward on this one. So we did hear, we've got a map up that shows the response time. We heard the applicant mention that they weren't envisioning anything else. I just want to hear, basically, you've had a chance to look at this. You've looked at the types of products that they're looking at. You've looked at the access to it. What concerns, if any, do you have with respect to both the location and perhaps the quantity of dwellings that are proposed in this particular part of town?
Yeah, certainly anytime you have a development of this size, it's going to add additional stress in the system. We talked with the developers going into this thing and had a pretty amenable conversation regarding some of the things that will help us. We can provide service for the area. Where we're going to specifically need help would be in some capital investment. We talked about providing a two-man medical response unit at around 500 dwelling units. That allows us to not really maximize fire protection, but it allows us to provide service for people who are injured, need transport to the hospital, that sort of thing. Additionally, we talked about a remodel of Station 12. Station 12 is over on the south on Veterans Parkway, Steamboat Parkway, which is the station that's going to most likely access them. And when you talk about single stations, you have the couple of closest stations, but the whole emergency response is a system. So when you talk about a gas leak or a fire or an extrication accident in that general area, you're going to be pulling resources from Station 12, Station 6, Station 3, Station 21. So a whole system. So that's what we had discussed, was the capital investment on their part to be, good partners in our community. The medical response unit of 500 units, remodeled at Station 12 so we can handle additional personnel at about 1,000 units, and then 1,500 units, a ladder truck. So as the additional development for commercial and so forth comes in, that helps us a lot. And what we have are, the city's on the hook basically for a single engine company is about $1.8 million a year, which comes out of your tax dollars. So we're on the hook on that for perpetuity, or in perpetuity. What we appreciate is a one-time capital investment to help us we provide the manpower, but ambulance, truck, remodel to the station. And again, that shouldn't come as a big surprise because we had discussed that in meetings previously.
Okay. So obviously I'm going to follow up on that comment with the developer, but I thought I would pause while we have, if anyone else has any additional questions.
Keep
Okay.
going.
All right, well, I think that answered my question. I guess I would follow up, Andy, hearing the, obviously, I think as a part of what will be brought back to us for the package, is there I guess a fire service agreement or something that's in there that's a part of what's coming in that looks at the capital improvement rather than obviously the land or, the buildings? Is that something that you're understanding and have had discussions with the team?
Sure. Yeah, a couple things. So, in our fiscal analysis, we identified that capital need. It's in the capital improvement program for the fire district right now. So that $13.6 million that we quote as far as being the surplus to the general fund, that takes off. That is, less the whatever, million or 2 million that it is for the additional capital increase. So we kind of factored it in up front, that being, there's obviously going to be a considerable increase in property taxes because of new development. The way our property tax system works, new development pays a higher freight than, older homes. And so, it was kind of factored into that property tax up front. We submitted it, but understanding, and like the chief said, we've been, have very amenable conversations with them. We're trying to work through what a fire agreement could look like. What we've talked to staff about is our hope is when we come back on June 20th, that we will have, the PUD that's close to 90% for Mr. Weisky. We will have a draft of the park agreement, and we'll have a draft of the fire agreement. So it won't be couldn't necessarily finalized. Those obviously have to be finalized by council, but the hope is to get to that point with fire department, parks department in particular, to come with, kind of a buttoned up package for you.
Okay. That's
Working
what
on
I
it.
wanted to, that's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, that's why it's a workshop. We're
Yes.
working on it.
And
If I
that's
can
the,
jump
that's
in
the
really quickly?
direction that we're kind of pushing in, yeah.
Yeah, if I could jump in quickly, Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager, again, for the record. We would be looking for the agreements at that time, but something where we have the specifics of what the fire department is looking for to help serve this. We would want those specifics that Chief Williams discussed outlined in the handbook and the triggers. The specifics on timing and the finance and everything can go into the agreement, but we want those items specifically listed in the handbook as they were in Stonegate.
Okay.
So right now we have a placeholder, and yeah, put those benchmarks in.
That was both of them were the answer I was looking for, so thank you.
Commissioner Weisky?
Andy, something that I learned, and I think we all learned at the last large PUD we just went through last year, was that, and the reason I was suggesting earlier about the PUD being at 90%, close to it, is because a lot of the delays that were caused were a lack of documented conversations or direction, and we couldn't make a decision. We didn't, the decision we could make is the one we did make, continuance.
Yeah.
So we've been there, just recently. The wounds haven't healed yet.
We observed, we took note. Yeah, so our intent is to come in with I's dotted and T's crossed. I think, I'll let staff, speak, but we're proud of the product that we have submitted. I think, the comments we've received from staff have been very productive. We've worked very closely with them, and I think, kind of what's in front of you now is a real good first draft, or, well, it ends up being our second or third draft, but it's a good draft that we're working with. And yeah, there's a couple of holes to fill in, and we're working on that. Appreciate that comment.
Other questions on emergency services? All right, what's next?
Parks, trails, and open space.
Okay. I'll start it off. So with, I guess I'm going to throw in connectivity with this. So there's two questions that I have related to connectivity. The first one is connectivity on Alexander. Since that's proposed to be closed to motorized access, they're confirmed that there is going to be continued non-motorized access, and what is that going to look like?
So I think I see Dwayne Smith in the back from Washoe County. He can definitely jump in here, but our conversation with them was, Alexander Lake Road it's not a public roadway. It is it's a haul road. It was built and accommodates those aggregate pits, the NDOT and the two that are on Daybreak. So it's not really intended for a high level of public access. And so what we discussed with them, the South Truckee Meadows Water Treatment Facility is right here. There's, security desires around that. They originally had some plans to gate this off and just open it up during kind of daylight hours for access to the Huffaker Hills Trailhead. So part of it is kind of effectuating that plan. And so the plan, like you stated, would be to gate basically at our western boundary here. Ultimately, Alexander Lake Road probably is going to get realigned. We're working, or we will be working with the county on just how to the mapping mechanisms and things like that to get rid of that roadway and work on that. But yeah, I think the opportunity exists for definitely hiking trail access and the potential for bike and ped access on the road. I know it's a popular cycling route, but I'm going to kind of defer. That goes through Washoe County property, and it ultimately becomes their decision on whether they want it closed off or not.
And my concern is that we have a really nice, regional amenity. It's not just City of Reno, it's not just Washoe County. I mean, it's a regional amenity there with Huffaker Hills with some nice trails and views and all of that. So it's as much about maintaining the connectivity outside of the development as it is about making sure that this new development is connected to that regional amenity. And we had similar discussions when you were here with Ranchera, providing that connectivity. So just wanted to make sure that we're taking that into account there. And then the other piece of it is that I know with the Southeast Connector, the RTC went through a good effort to provide a non-motorized trail along that corridor there. Is there going to be connectivity to that corridor, and what is that going to look like?
Yeah, you bet. So this dashed kind of black line, the multi-use path that's being built for Veterans Parkway, for the south half of our development, it's on the east side of the roadway. So we would have access, because the roadway's in between, you'd have access at South Meadows and access at this new signalized intersection here. So you would be able to get on the bike path. That bike path comes down, it crosses under Southeast Connector at Alexander Lake Road, and then it's on the west side. So obviously that makes it easier for connections. We would have connections at the intersection there, and then another one up to the north. I did want to also point out, I kind of glossed over a little bit, but we are identifying the trail corridors on this. The major trail corridors that go through the property are in red. The ones associated with the road, next to the roadways, I think I mentioned, are, we have multi-use paths that are in the cross sections for the built roads. So kind of a little bit different is instead of having just bike lane and then a 5-foot sidewalk, we've got a bike lane and a 10-foot multi-use path. So providing walking and biking opportunities for your avid cyclists if they want to be in the roadway and feel comfortable there, but also for families and small children that want to ride through the town center, use the commercial. They've got a much safer, higher quality pedestrian and cycling facility there. Then we also have some trails along the realigned Thomas Creek, and then the hiking trails up in the hills. So we tried to, trails were very important. That's when we do our market research for these master plan communities, trails is actually number one. It used to be, like golf courses and things like that, but trails is the number one amenity. So we listen to that and have quite a bit.
Well, that's consistent with what we heard with the master plan update too. So that's great. Let's kind of lead into another topic, and I hope the other commissioners will jump in on this. So question, and then hopefully we can have some discussion on this. So who maintains the trails once they're in place?
That's a good question, Derek. Trail maintenance? I think it's HOA. Yeah, so the trails would be, trails in the open space areas. So obviously these ones along the creek and the ones up here, that's HOA. Trails along the roadway, I believe, would also be HOA.
So once this is built, what is the city on the hook for?
The streets.
And
the streets, sewer, public
Park?
storm drain.
I mean,
No.
in terms of the
Oh, sorry.
outdoor recreation
The
facilities.
recreation portion. I thought that was a trick question. The park. So the community park here, what we discussed, and I think Jeff Mann is over there. He can chime in if he would like. So the idea, we talked to them about kind of our whole parks program, and it's no secret the Parks Department, unfortunately, has been the victim of cuts and cuts and cuts, and not really gotten back the funding that they need to adequately maintain the existing parks. And so what we talked to them about, and I think what is on this slide is that Central Community Park. It will be, the land itself will be dedicated over to the city, but the maintenance will be maintained by the homeowners association. The remainder of the neighborhood parks, that land will be owned and it will be maintained by the homeowners association. So no ongoing maintenance obligation for the city for those parks.
Commissioner Weisky?
Andy, one of the things I wanted to compliment this on was the fact that there's flat areas with sport courts and ball fields, because that's something that we continuously hear we need more of, even in the pocket parks, not just a concrete pathway around a swing set with some grass in the middle, actually where, kids can go kick a ball around or hit a baseball or, do whatever. Doesn't necessarily have to be legal-sized fields, but then that is also being provided, correct? Legal-sized fields?
No, not necessarily legal size fields. What we put in there was 6-acre flat fields, and I believe that's 2 soccer fields. Yeah, so it would allow for basically 3 multi-use fields. So whether it's soccer, lacrosse, 6 acres accommodates for up to 3 of those, 2 acres apiece.
Okay, all right. And the open space area that's in here, that's going to remain privately held open space areas or parks,
We have talked,
not
With-
public, right?
well, maybe.
Because I thought I heard you say that earlier, that it was going to be maintained and controlled by HOAs, so that's privately held.
Yes, so that's why the community park itself is dedicated, the land is dedicated to the city, so it is a public park. We will then have a maintenance agreement to have the homeowners association, HOA maintain it. So public parks. The neighborhood parks effectively will operate as a public park. There may be an opportunity, we are looking, kind of full disclosure, at a potential age-restricted community on this side. If that's the case, that park element may be more of a recreation center with kind of a park program more towards, 55 and older adults. That's probably going to be more private. So just kind of a caveat there.
Okay, thank you.
But one more,
Yes.
I thought you were going on the open space. We have had discussions with Washoe County Parks and open space of the potential of maybe dedicating this over to them because it is contiguous with their Huffaker Hills open space. So that would be maybe, it's going to be open to the public, but that could be a part of that then public open space too.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Commissioner Johnson, so Andy, just, the first time I saw this, I kind of questioned it, and I'm going to ask it again. You mentioned that, the advantages of having the dedicated community park adjacent to the open space, and you've got a 2-lane collector road separating the two. Obviously, from a planning standpoint, there's some balance to that, but if we're trying to, I think there needs to be something at least in the way that you're approaching this, that indicates how there's some, the rationale between keeping those two together and whether it's with some kind of, overpass, underpass, shared parking, something that allows for that connectivity that you're talking about. Because again, I get that they're two different areas, but one of the things that the overall square footage of that community park could be larger, could be smaller, but if it's taking advantage of the open space, that the roadway, just visually looking at it and from a planning standpoint, seems to be a bit of an impediment to that without some additional level of direction as to how you're proposing to make sure that it doesn't seem completely bifurcated.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. We talked a little bit about that park collector, we're calling the classification. That street is, going to be 25 miles an hour. It's kind of a very narrow street section. The idea is it's narrow and curvilinear. We're trying to really slow traffic down going by that park. What we can look at is kind of what an appropriate pedestrian crossing may look like there. To connect in, basically the trailhead and the parking will be as part of the park, and then, how to get pedestrians
Exactly, yeah, you
across.
have your trailhead on one side of the road and your trail on the other,
Yeah.
so how is that being
Yep,
addressed?
no, we will look into that.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Andy, while we're on that, isn't the area of the flat park on the east side of that 2-lane collector road?
Right,
Isn't that part of your proposed floodplain area also, mitigation area?
yes, it is. So those
So-
fields and things like that would be in the floodplain mitigation area.
So during times of floods,
Heavy floods, so it'd be just your really heavy events.
so give me an idea, are you talking 50-year events? Are you talking 100-year events? Are you talking 25-year events? I mean, you've got elevations.
So getting clarification from my team back there, not
That's
in the
good.
floodway, but in the floodplain.
Okay.
So it'll be, and so the design of that park will need to, basically take into consideration putting, flat fields and things that are safe to get inundated with some floodwater. I mean, it's not, we don't really do it here in the Truckee Meadows, but Las Vegas, Phoenix, areas where they have kind of big detention facilities that get inundated.
I'm thinking of Sacramento area, north of
Exactly.
Sacramento,
And
Chico
so
area.
You put flat fields right down in there. You don't want to put baseball fields because
Right.
the dirt, gets costly, but flat fields are totally acceptable. So
Okay.
that'll have to be kind of, consideration of that park master plan or park,
Thanks
site
for
development plan.
Thanks for explaining that.
Yeah.
I want to pause at this point, because I know we allotted 2 hours, and that's gone fast. And I think we've had some great discussion, great questions, great clarification. I suppose we have a few options here. We can continue barreling forward this evening with the rest of our topics. And, I think we still have a few of them to discuss. It might take a little while, noting that we have other items on our agenda this evening. We also have the option to come back and continue it at another workshop. So I just would entertain some feedback on that as we approach kind of the end of our 2-hour window here. How does the commission feel?
If I can jump in really quickly, you could also recess this item for now, hear the other cases, and then come back to this later this evening, and then, or potentially continue at that time, just seeing how long the other items go.
That too, thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
For the record, Commissioner Hawkins. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that we do have folks here for the next items coming up, and out of respect for them, that we need to move on.
Okay. I'm not opposed to recessing this item and coming back, seeing how we do, with our other items, seeing, and potentially continuing it. I mean, everyone's here, right? So it just makes a longer
We
evening.
got the gang's all here, so.
Yeah, I know you don't want to come back another day. Okay, let's do that then. Let's. Michelle, you ready? All right, so we'll bring the meeting back to order. We're actually going to briefly reopen item 6.1, and apologize for not doing this before the recess. We're going to take public comment on that item 6.1 before we close it, and then we'll pick it back up again. So we did have some request to speak forms on the item. The first one is from Daniel Montero. If you're still here, we'd love to hear from you. Daniel's comment was that he's uncertain that existing public infrastructure will sustain the development and believes this will significantly negatively impact wetlands, wildlife, and quality of life. So the next one I have is from Monica Buhassan. Yeah. Would you like to make a comment? Come up if you'd like to. Can't take your comment from the chair there, unfortunately. I know.
I just want to mention that the seniors are the largest growing population that we have in the United States, and they should be accommodated as well with, walking distance for parks and shopping, things like that. And also, community garden would be excellent to promote socialization. If they included that in one of their parks there, I thought that would be an excellent thing for seniors.
Thank you very much. And then Chris Holovic. Chris's comment was that he'd like to suggest that renewable and solar energy be included in all building materials, design, and solar architecture be addressed. So Commissioner Johnson's going to address that for us later. Any other requests to speak on 6.1? And again, we'll pick that back up later this evening, but I wanted to make sure that public comment was addressed there. Okay. Seeing none, we're going to close that item and recess it and move on to item 7.1, which is case number LDC 18-00063 Big Rock Sports. And applicant's representative, Mr. Krompotek, is here for a presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. John Krompotek with KLS Planning, representing Big Rock Sports on the special use permit. The gentleman with me, sitting directly behind Jeffrey Borkhardt, is Victor Becerra, who's the Reno general manager, distribution manager of Big Rock Sports out there on Moya Boulevard. Got a few slides I'd like to go through. There is our location in that little PUD portion of Stead opposite Moya Boulevard. Really the subject of this SUP, I typically am here representing some expertise in some land use or development, and I was clear with this applicant that obviously this is just dealing with separation and containment issues in terms of my involvement here. And so what we've done is dealing with a product that triggers the SUP, trying to keep it as far as possible from the adjacent residential opposite Moya Boulevard. It so happens that we've accomplished that 1,000-foot spacing, putting it in the far corner, upper right corner on the screen with the two Conex boxes. And then the other piece, other component of that is that those will be enclosed with a 9-foot high cinder block wall with a gate that's secured on the front. So it's about as bulletproof as we could do for containing this product. Also, just to note, there, Big Rocks is one of 3 tenants on the property. You can see it there. One's for lease, and then Arrow Electronics is a bigger portion of the property. There is a little more detail on that gate. Again, 9-foot high, and then cinder block wall wrapped all the way around. There's the Big Rock Sports component. You can see the relationship to the Conex boxes. I'm using Conex box term like I know a lot about them. I know them only in seeing them and dealing with them in this kind of context, and that is those metal boxes that are secure, have ventilation, and completely appropriate for this type product. I think Jeff might get into more of the actual product itself. Here is a floor plan if you wanted to see. There is no, the point of showing this to the commission, it's clearly getting in the weeds, but that there is no product on the floor. It's to point that it is exclusive to the location on that corner of the site. A little bit about Big Rock. I tried to learn a little bit about this and what they do. They have these distribution centers all over the country. In terms of the spectrum of regulation, it is kind of fascinating because in Richmond County, North Carolina, they can have 40,000 pounds of storage in a Conex with no walls or screening. It's just a different regulatory environment. And they said California is probably the most extreme, somewhere we fall in the middle where we trigger some type of use permit for being more than 2,500 pounds. Never had an incident in 30 years. They seem to be very competent and responsible in the way they manage this. Employee training, as noted on a third bullet. And then a little detail on the ventilation of the Conex box. And the other thing is about smokeless black powder is that you will go down to Shields or Cabela's today and you could buy this. There's differences. I'm going to not get into that. If you want a little more expertise on the product of smokeless black powder and black powder, sometimes people weave them together. It's certainly not the case. They're completely different behaviors. I would have Mr. Becerra come up and discuss that. And then there's the zoning map. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff or the commission for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, you're up. Welcome.
Michelle's going to pull up a presentation. Good evening, Chair Gower, members of the Planning Commission, Jeff Borkhardt, Associate Planner for the record. I have a PowerPoint. John already kind of went over the basics here. It is within the IDI Stead Business Center PUD, which distribution is allowed by right. What's triggering this special use permit is actually storing hazardous material. And in state law, they have various different thresholds about what those triggers or what triggers a special use permit. And in this case, it's 2,500 pounds of storage of smokeless black powder. The storage containers would be located in the back portion of the property. As John mentioned, there'd be an enclosure. That enclosure has to match architecturally with the building. I think the biggest component of this, and the most, the largest condition on here, has to do with distance separation. And so if you look in your staff reports, there's a table that discusses distance separation. I believe it begins on page 3. And it talks about the various different quantities. And so this case, they're storing 15,000 pounds. And so the minimum distance requirements are going to be 190 feet from a building on an adjacent parcel, in which case they have 210 feet to the closest one, 304 feet to the one directly to the north. It's going to be 190 feet from a right-of-way. In this case, it's 905 feet away from Moya, and therefore even further away from residential. The key here is it's got to be 125 feet away from a building on the same parcel here. Right now it's 85. And so the condition is worded in such a way that would allow them to either reduce their quantities or to reorient the boxes on the site so that they could meet that distance separation requirement. And so this is that condition that's mentioned. It's condition number 4. I do have the fire marshal here to explain more about this distance separation requirement. It is in the fire code. And I did want to highlight the difference. I know that John briefly went over it, but there is a difference between black powder, which is explosive, it ignites. I was going to try to show a YouTube video here, but I couldn't find one without some expletives in it. So it was, plus I didn't want to run into any technical difficulties, but the black powder explodes, basically. It's a little bit more volatile than smokeless powder, which burns. And so I can have Trey come up and explain that a little bit more. They do get stored in what they call magazine, which is steel container, has lining on the inside. It has to meet various different fire code requirements, and then that magazine would have to be separated. So with that, I'm available for any questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Before we get to public comment, if there is any, I'm going to ask the commissioners for disclosures on this item. We'll start with Commissioner Olivas.
Commissioner Olivas, no disclosures.
Commissioner Johnson, no disclosures.
Commissioner Gower, no disclosures.
Commissioner Griffith, no disclosure.
Commissioner Hawkins went by the site, talked with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Weisky, I visited the site.
Thank you. Michelle, do you have any requests to speak forms on this item?
No, I do not.
Okay, anyone wishing to make a public comment on this item, 7.1? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission for questions. Commissioner Griffith.
Commissioner Griffith, I would like to hear from the fire chief on the condition number 4.
Thank you. For the record, Trey Palmer, Fire Marshal, Reno Fire Department. As I knock off the microphone, sorry about that. So just to clarify a little bit about the differences between smokeless powder and black powder, Jeff was right in the sense that smokeless powder is it is an explosive. The MSDS does list it as what we call a Division 1.3 explosive. So with that nature, we still have to follow regulations as far as how we store it, and from an operational standpoint, how we fight it. And the reason why smokeless powder is positioned in magazines really is to separate the fire hazard. So black powder, it is more explosive. It's what we consider a high explosive. It'll boom, go really quick, rapid combustion. Whereas smokeless powder has a lower level explosion. It's more of a pushing motion. The hazard with a smokeless powder is more flammability. It's a flammability 3, so it puts out a lot of fire, but it doesn't necessarily cause a significant blast unless it's in the right circumstances. So you'll have a smokeless powder event. If it catches fire, it's more of a pushing whoosh, kind of like that. Sorry about the sound effects. Just trying to explain a little better here. And so with that, With a smokeless powder storage facility, we're looking at more of a high flammability, but a low explosion, pushing motion. And the table that Jeff showed, and I think that you have in the report, I'm gonna go ahead and put this table up here. Because we're over 40 pound, 20 pounds. The storage of smokeless powder does require an operational permit from the International Fire Code, which is what the city adopted. What that means is the fire department has to issue an operational permit to the facility storing the smokeless powder. And in doing so, we will go out to the facility, we will approve the storage containers to make sure that they're built the right way. Looking at the report, it does appear that these Connex boxes surrounded by the cinder block construction does follow what we call either a Type 2 or a Type 4 magazine. So the construction of the magazines does look acceptable. Again, the only, for 15,000 pounds of smokeless powder, what they're requesting, they're just a little bit off on the distance from the magazine. So again, like Jeff said, they're either gonna have to lower the storage quantities to hit this table or develop a way to increase the distance from the facility to get to that 15,000 pound supply. And we would permit that through an inspection process, and we would be out there every year to make sure that they're following that process. I hope that answers some of the questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So my question then is, can the location be accommodated on the site to meet that separation distance?
Jeff Borkhardt, Associate Planner. In doing rough estimates using our measurement tools on our map, which are not 100% accurate, but it does appear that those distance separation requirements can be met. It may have to be moved slightly into an area that currently has parking, which is why the condition is worded in such a way that if they do remove parking, they have to be able to make that up elsewhere on the site, which they have more than adequate room for in this location.
Okay. Commissioner Weisky.
John, please. Will there be a requirement for any barbed wire over the top of the wall or the gates?
No, we did just 9-foot concrete.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there won't be any barbed wire later down the road?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
Commissioner Johnson, John,
Please.
just real quick, in keeping with the question about the quantities, I noticed in the description, it talks about, transport is not an issue because it's typically in small quantities
Right.
that it's coming and it's going. I guess my question to that effect is, if it's going in and out with such small quantities and whatever frequency, why are we looking at the full 15,000, for the, pounds of it, if it's, is the distribution need that high, or are we just sort of aiming for the 15,000 as a starting point?
I'd like to have Victor touch on that.
Good evening. As far as 15,000 pounds,
Can you just state your name for the record?
my name is Victor Becerra, General Manager for Big Rock Sports. In regards to your question, we do have a big variety of customers that do buy the smokeless powder, and it does move constantly every week. It's not storing the same 15,000 pounds for months at a time. It's more weeks at a time. So the 15,000 pound threshold that we're seeking is going to be revolving inventory that's not going to sit in those Connex boxes, but it's going to be constantly being moved. And because of the demand of the customers that we have, primarily with the customer called Biomark in the Pacific West North side of the states, they pretty much order daily a couple hundred pounds. So if you look at the 15,000 pound spectrum of the quantities, they do get depleted quite often. And to touch your point also, the quantities that we do carry, we do have specific vendors that do supply this for us. They also have specific requirements on the Department of Transportation that they got to meet in order for us to be transporting the commodities that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Discussion? Motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Weiss?
in the case of LDC 18-00063, Big Rock Sports, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to recommend that City Council approve the special use permit subject to the conditions. And I can make all of the findings as long as the applicant can make number 4 work with his distances.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Hawkins, second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Move on to item 8.1, which is case number LDC 18-0069, Fuse 44 Reno LLC /1000 Harvard Way. And we will start with a presentation from the applicant's representative when he's ready.
All right, thank you. Good evening. My name's Eric Hasty. I'm with Wood Rogers, and I'm representing the applicant, Fuse 44 Reno LLC. The project we are talking about is approximately 3.5 acres located near the intersection of Harvard Way and Vassar. This is a developed site, and it's surrounded by development. It is currently home to the Colony Inn Apartments, which has been there since 1974. It was originally constructed for workforce housing for some of the casinos that were going on, or being built at the time, and it hasn't been any changes since. There are 200 individual addresses that are associated with this property, but in discussions with the city, we determined there's only 50 dwelling units. So there is a shared use aspect to this. And to give you a better idea of a typical dwelling unit, there are 4 studios that are associated with it. Each one has its own entrance. Each entrance, or each studio has a bedroom, a closet, and a sink. They share a bathroom. The bathroom has a toilet and shower, and then all 4 tenants share a kitchen. Some of the issues with this shared use is they could only be rented to a single individual. Couples and couples with a small child that are allowed to rent a studio will not be allowed to rent these. All the same sex has to be in the same dwelling unit. And there's increased risk of crime with the shared use aspect, people storing their personal items in a place that's shared by others. The biggest issue with this for the applicant is that the current zoning is 30 dwelling units per acre, and this is on 3.5 acres, so this only allows up to 106 units. So if the applicant wants to improve this through any types of renovations, making these into single standalone studios, they would not be able to do so. So that was why we're requesting tonight a zoning map amendment. We're requesting to change the zoning from multifamily 30 units per acre to community commercial. And I just want to be clear that there is no project associated with this zone change. It's strictly a zone change on the 3.5 acres. Looking at the current conditions, the master plan is suburban mixed use, and the current zoning is multifamily 30 units per acre. Surrounding uses include community commercial to the north, east, and west, as well as community commercial to the south, neighborhood commercial, and multifamily 30. This is a truly mixed use neighborhood. All the uses include commercial, hotel, office, residential, and everything else in between. So the proposed use is community commercial. You can see here from this slide, the project that is going to be going through the zone change is highlighted here in blue. It is similar to the surrounding uses. Community commercial is a conforming use within the suburban mixed use master plan designation, and residential is an allowed use with a site plan review for units more than 4 in the community commercial. So in conclusion, this is a zone change from multifamily, 30 units per acre, to community commercial. I'm here to answer any questions and be happy to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Sienna is here to give us a presentation from staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Sienna Reed, Senior Planner. Eric provided you with a good overview of the proposed zoning map amendment. I have just a few quick points to add. Did want to note, even though the site is developed, this is a zone change. You're considering the whole range of uses that are allowed in community commercial. So really that shift from multifamily 30 dwelling units an acre to community commercial is a shift from more residential type uses that are of a higher density to kind of a full range of those higher density residential uses, commercial uses, recreation, and then also some lodging uses. So based on the surrounding land pattern that is consistent with the surrounding master plan and zoning designations, at this time, as stated, the applicant is not proposing any new development. It's their goal to reinvest in the property as it's currently constructed. One thing that we did hear from the police department is this type of configuration with the units, with the individual addresses, shared bathroom facilities, shared kitchen facilities, does create some problems in terms of code enforcement, potential theft issues. So they definitely noted that moving towards a more individual unit would help to reduce some of those issues. And then if we do see the conversion of the units as they're currently configured or the addition of new, we will move forward with a site plan review process, and that would be looked at from a staff perspective in terms of any conditions that would be necessary. I did have just a couple of calls on this particular zone change, really clarification in nature. No significant concerns were expressed. And in terms of review by the Neighborhood Advisory Board, it was reviewed in April by Ward 3. Really not a lot of comments. One comment specifically on potential concerns around the costs of the rental properties going up if investments were made. But we do also see that this is a reinvestment in an existing property that at this point is almost 45 years old. So we are, as staff, recommending approval of the zoning map amendment, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thanks so much, Sienna. Before we get to public comment, let's do disclosures. Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I visited the site.
Commissioner Hawkins visited the site, talked with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Griffith, no disclosures.
Commissioner Gower, familiar with the site?
Mr. Johnson, I visited the site.
Commissioner Olivas, I visited the site.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, do you have any requests to speak forms on this one?
No, I do not.
Okay, anyone wishing to make a public comment on this item, 8.1? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the commission for questions, discussion, or a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion on this item.
You're gonna have to fight Commissioner Weisky for it.
I know. Somebody had to. In the case of LDC 18-00069, Fuse 44 Reno, 1000 Harvard Way zoning map, based on compliance with the required findings, I move to recommend City Council approve the zoning map amendment by ordinance as it conforms to the master plan and is designed to meet all applicable statutory and code requirements.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Griffith, I will second.
Excellent. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We will move on then to item 8.2. Case number LDC 18-00067, Project Progress Zoning Map Amendment. And Ms. Rambo is here for a presentation. Welcome.
I am. Thank you. Good evening. For the record, Michelle Rambo with Rubicon Design Group, representing the applicant in this case. PowerPoint. It's okay. All righty, here we go. All right, so the location that we're talking about is on North Virginia Street, just a little bit south or east, however you look at it, of Stead Boulevard on the south side of Virginia. So the property in question is was actually a part of a larger piece that was recently subdivided out. So we are talking about just the western 32 acres of that overall larger site. All right, so we are proposing that the zoning be changed to industrial, which matches the current Reimagine Reno Master Plan designation. The current zoning is mixed use North Virginia Transit Corridor, which is not a consistent zone for the industrial master plan designation. So we're just asking to make it consistent in this case. And just so you can see what this looks like on the zoning map, we have our parcel with the mixed use currently in place, and then the proposed industrial. And that concludes my brief presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Wow, that was a quick one.
It was.
Okay, great. We'll get back to you on the questions. Let's hear from Heather. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Gower and Planning Commissioners. Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. The applicant did highlight the essential components of the request this evening. I did want to provide on the overhead the new master plan designations just for reference. And as the applicant noted, with the adoption of the Reimagine Reno Master Plan, the site does have now an industrial designation assigned to it. And so ultimately with the Title 18 update, we do anticipate that we will be working through as new zoning districts are identified, going through these areas that were significantly modified and reassigning those zoning designations to conform with the new master plan. In this case, the applicant has a desire to develop the site using industrial standards, and so before you this evening is that request for a zoning map amendment. I did receive a couple of calls and emails from nearby residents, and it sounds like they had some concerns about a specific project that was associated with the larger 127 acre piece when before it had been subdivided. And so the public comment emails and calls that I received were really about a future project that will be coming before the Planning Commission on these two parcels. This evening, the request is only associated with this western piece, as the applicant had stated. And so I just wanted to make sure that I had provided that to you on the record this evening. Staff is recommending approval of the request. It does conform with the Reimagine Reno adopted master plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's do disclosures. Commissioner Levis.
Commissioner Levis, no disclosures.
Commissioner Johnson, no disclosures.
Commissioner Gower, no disclosures.
Commissioner Griffith, no disclosures.
Commissioner Hawkins went to the site.
Commissioner Weisky, as did I.
Thank you. Michelle, do you have any requests to speak forms on this one?
No, I do not.
Okay, anyone wishing to make a public comment on this item, 8.2? Okay, seeing none, close public comment and bring it back to the commission for questions, discussion, or a motion. Commissioner Hawkins.
I'll make the motion. In the case of LDC 18-00067, Project Progress Zoning Map Amendment based on compliance with the required findings, I move to recommend City Council approve the zoning map amendment by ordinance as it conforms to the master plan and meets all applicable statutory and code requirements.
Excellent. Have a motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Levis.
Commissioner Levis, all second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you very much. We'll move on to item 8.3. which is case number LDC 18-00006 and 00057, Mountain View Mixed Residential Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments. And Mr. Crater is here for a presentation. Welcome.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Ken Crater with Crater Consulting Group, representing the owner and applicant on this project. This is a great piece of land that's undeveloped, very close to the core area of the city of Reno. It lies between the Mountain View Cemetery, the Reno Vista Ridge development, and West 4th Street. It's about 32 acres in size, and we have been working on this for a long time. This shows a little bit better the surrounding view, so you can see the site in here, the Mountain View Cemetery, which also owns this property across the street. The Reno Vista Ridge development is this entire area, and then the 4th Street corridor down here, and then this is Dickerson Road in this area right here. This is Oxbow Park. A little closer up, and you can start to see some of the construction debris and activity. We did a phase 1 environmental study on this site and found that it has been used historically since the 1930s for some type of construction activity. And we had talked to one of the folks that actually works in this site for Reno Tahoe Construction. He's been there since 1986. And he said he can remember 3 distinct times where this area and right here, they basically hauled out about 20 feet of dirt down to native grade, filled it back in. This occurred over a large course of time. As a result of all this construction activity, there's been a large number of complaints through code enforcement over the years. And in particular, Granite Construction got a special use permit for Reno Retrack and ended up bringing a lot of material from the trench and hauling into the site. And the reason all this activity is able to occur is this was in the county not that long ago, and it was zoned basically industrial in the county. When it was annexed into the city, it kept that zoning designation on about 18 acres of 32 acres of the site. So it's really, in my mind, outlived its useful life. You still have the auto wrecking yard here, which is mixed employment, and we're going to have to obviously do some buffering from that project, but I think everybody sees what's happening with the 4th Street corridor in there. It's going to change over time, and hopefully this will accelerate what's going on within that area. This is actually a view looking from the north towards 4th Street. Down here is what's called the Peavine Drain. This area in here has largely been disturbed, but upstream of that, it's still native, and it's really a beautiful place. We've seen coyotes and deer down in there. And our property will basically end at the top of slope along this area here. So the Mountain View Cemetery will maintain all this land as a public, quasi-public area. But again, you can see this is some material that the cemetery stores, caskets and different materials. And then again, all the construction activity down here, large piles of concrete and asphalt. But you can see the great development. I love this development, Reno Vista Ridge. If you're ever able or have been up there, I think it was really well designed. It's a mature neighborhood. The trees are great. And that's something we're going to have to work to buffer as we go through the site. Here's a close-up view. You can see just the massive piles of concrete and construction debris stored on the site. But you can also see what a great view it is looking off towards the distance from this site. So basically what we're looking at is 2 different applications here. One is a master plan amendment. The second is a zone change. Right now, you can see the existing land use plan. You've got the industrial zoning in this area here, and then the public, quasi-public on the entire Mountain View Cemetery and the mixed employment. The piece up in here is now with the new Reimagine Reno mixed neighborhood, and then this area here is all multifamily neighborhood. So what we're requesting is to get the mixed neighborhood on what we're calling the 2 villages that adjoin Reno Vista Ridge, and then multifamily neighborhood on the piece adjoining the auto wrecking yard. We have had 2 meetings now for public outreach with the neighbors that live in this area. We've had about 15 people at each meeting, And when I first had the opportunity to start looking at this site, knowing the Reno Vista Ridge, I said we need to make sure that we're compatible with the existing small lot single-family homes here. They have, again, the mixed neighborhood designation. It's zoned SF4. And so I said we need to do something similar. So the MF14 we feel very compatible. We had originally proposed this piece also for the multifamily neighborhood in MF30. But at one of the meetings, they were concerned about too much density, intensity in the site. And so we agreed to basically keep this entire two-village border against Reno Vista Ridge as mixed neighborhood. We're not planning on doing anything more dense, but we agree that way if something happens to this project and us, that future developers would be limited also to that mixed neighborhood or MF14. You can see here on the topographic map again, the mixed neighborhood, 8 to 15 dwelling units per acre. Here's the existing small lot, single-family residential development, apartments in here, and then the multifamily neighborhood only on the eastern portion up against the auto wrecking yard. And one thing the site has is a lot of topography. You can see the contour lines in here, but amazing that there's about a 40-foot elevation difference right now between 4th Street and this pad. But beyond that, we're able to mass grade the site such that the steepest slopes we're going to have on the site once we come in for tentative maps and special use permits is only about 5%. So this is really a parcel that's ripe for development. The other thing that this points out is when we first were working with the Mountain View Cemetery, we were also planning on developing this area here. But when we went out with the maintenance supervisor, John, he told us that, no, you don't want to touch this area. It's actually an indigent burial area. And he estimates there's 500 to 1,000 bodies buried in there. So we quickly revised our plan. We're submitting a boundary line adjustment. We're going to totally avoid that area with a large buffer. The other thing that we learned is this material storage area, every time they dig a grave, they end up with about 2.5 yards of spoil because they have the casket, they have clay material, they have rocks that they don't want to put back in the grave. Now, the other thing, too, that I think everybody knows is burials are declining in number significantly. In fact, there was an article in the Reno Gazette-Journal today that we just exceeded 50% for cremation versus burial. And they're projecting that by 2030, about 70% of bodies will be cremated instead of buried. So the Mountain View cemeteries basically recognize this, and that's why they're looking to sell this land, because they need to pay off debt, they need to do some repairs and some maintenance work, and frankly, they realize that they don't need this land anymore, but they will need a little parcel for material storage area. So to the south of the indigent burial area, we're essentially going to create a bathtub that we can screen with berms, with masonry walls, with trees and shrubs, and basically create enough area to store the spoils from the graves for literally 200 years. And so they're very happy with that overall idea. This is the zoning, and again, so the parcels that are in this area are large lot residential from the annexation. It was the old county A1 designation and the industrial zoning here. So we're basically proposing to change these two villages to MF14 and the village next to the auto wrecking yard, MF30. One nice thing about this site is the slope. It basically slopes from west to east and from north to south. So you can see this great elevation difference here between the existing single-family homes in our site. We're going to maintain that elevation. And we committed to doing additional public outreach as we move forward into tentative maps and special use permits, and said, look, we can even look at things like restricting our tree heights to trees that don't grow any higher than the roof tops, because we know that they bought those homes with view premiums, and we're committed to working with the neighborhood to do what we can to maintain the views off into that corridor. Again, a view of the homes, you can see it's a nicely laid out subdivision with lots of large mature trees. But again, this highlights the elevation difference that we do have to work with. The other nice thing about the Reno Vista Ridge development is it's got a great trail system. And in the first meeting, we talked about sharing access through the trail system. But in the second meeting, we had a few more people in attendance. They were concerned about impacts of people walking their dogs and messing in their lawns. So he said, that's fine, we'll fence off this area, we'll get rid of this ugly barbed wire fence and concrete barrier rail and replace it with a nice attractive fence and make sure that where we do have access into the Reno Vista Ridge streets in order to access the park, that it won't go through your existing single-family neighborhood. We still have more outreach to do, but we're confident we'll get there. This again shows the nicer portion of the Peavine Drain, which will essentially remain that quasi-public, quasi-space. Again, the nice thing about this site, it's truly an infill project. West 4th Street is way under capacity. There's gobs of capacity. These are counts both east and west of Stoker Avenue. You can see that they've ranged around 10,000 trips a day over the last 10 years. It's a moderate access control 4-lane arterial. It's got an adopted level service standard D. So you can see the capacity of that street is actually around 35,000 cars a day. We might add 4,000 cars a day. So if you add 10 and 4, we're still at 14. We'll still be at a level service C, close to a level service B with this project. There are concerns about some of the adjacent, though, major arterials like Keystone Avenue and McCarran. Obviously, we'll have to do a traffic study when we get into the actual tentative map and special use permit, but there are improvements planned on Keystone to do some multimodal improvements and also McCarran to widen it to 4 to 6 lanes from Sky Mountain Drive to Interstate 80. Again, you can see the 4-lane street. There's a 2-way center turn lane here, and we have a right turn deceleration lane that goes into where our main access will be into the project. So we basically have a situation where we have sewer, storm drain, water, roadway capacity. Again, it's really a great infill site. And as I mentioned earlier, you've got this beautiful city park up on Summit Ridge Drive. And if we can work with the neighborhood to get access through their property, not through the single-family homes, we can greatly shorten up the walk times for families that live here. But we're very excited to be able to work closely with this group. It's a great neighborhood, and we hope to create a project that basically is harmonious with what they have there now. And then we believe that our requests for the land use and zoning maps are very compatible with what exists now. Again, we've committed to outreach. And I think the most important thing for the neighbors to understand, we've told them this, that no matter what we put there, we're going to have to come back through either a tentative map process or a special use permit process for further entitlements. So this is just the first step to get our land use and our zoning. We'll come back to the neighborhood before we submit any other applications to get more input and to work with them to hopefully end up with a project that's a win-win for both Reno Vista Ridge as well as the future homeowners of this project. But again, everything's there. If you look at the findings in the staff report, I think this land use and zoning map amendment couldn't be any more in tune with Reimagine Reno and all the work that went in terms of sustainable development, infill, making better use of undeveloped properties, having existing utilities in place, existing transportation corridors, close into town, shorter driving distances, reduced air quality impacts. So we hope that you support our project, and that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks so much. We'll get back to you on the questions. Let's hear from Sienna first. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Sienna Reed. Ken gave you a very, very good overview of the project, or excuse me, the requested master plan and zoning map amendments, and also kind of a sneak peek of what's to come if the proposed amendments before you tonight are ultimately approved. Did want to just touch in a little bit on kind of that higher level conceptual piece around the master plan and how the proposed zoning map amendments fit within the proposed designations. As discussed, what would occur on the site with the mixed neighborhood and multifamily neighborhood master plan land uses and associated multifamily 14 and MF30 zoning designations is really a much broader range of housing types on a site that is considered an infill site. It is already served by existing services and infrastructure. Of note, per our structure plan and the master plan, this is also a suburban corridor. So really an area where minimum densities aren't required, but we really do want to encourage higher density housing options so that individuals living in those locations have access to nearby services, amenities. We have existing commercial areas in proximity to this site. Transit runs literally right by on 4th Street. There are bus streets or bus stops very near the site. And so this really does help us make good on that vision of helping our suburban corridors transition over time to be more transit-oriented or transit-supportive. In terms of outreach on this, as Ken mentioned, there's been a lot of outreach to the neighbors in terms of the formally required neighborhood meeting. 14 individuals did attend that. There was a lot of interest in kind of project level details that would come forward with a future tentative map, special use permit or site plan review, depending on what's triggered. But certainly there were changes made in terms of overall density through the master plan and zone change to respond to some of those concerns, but predominantly they were more related to traffic access and views, so things that we'll know more about in a future phase of development. In terms of the NAB comments, we did get comments from Ward 1 in August of 2017 and then also in March of 2018. Those comments were generally supportive, and one comment looked for a little bit more of single-family housing at the northern portion of the site, and that's something that certainly would be possible with the proposed MF14 zoning designation. Small lot, single-family would be a good fit in that location. And in terms of calls that I've received, definitely have received a variety of calls on this, a lot of interest in what could potentially occur on this site. No significant opposition, but really just wanting to understand what a greater variety of housing types could ultimately mean for the neighborhood. And with that, staff is recommending approval of the master plan and zoning map amendments, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you might have at a later time.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's do disclosures. Commissioner Weisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I visited the site and spoke with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Hawkins, as did I.
Commissioner Griffith, I met with the applicant and his representative and toured the site.
Commissioner Gower, familiar with the site?
Commissioner Johnson, I met with the applicant's representative and visited the site.
Commissioner Olivas, as did I.
Thank you very much. I do have a request to speak for him on this item, so I'm going to open public comment. And Dick Mills, please. You could state your name when you get up to the podium. We would appreciate it.
Yeah, for the record, I'm Dick Mills, and I'm representing KD Properties in Reno, Auto Wrecking. Our property is on the east side of the proposed development. It's 6.88 acres. And at this time, we're taking a neutral stance in regards to this matter. Reno Auto Wrecking has 4 locations, and we employ 40 full-time employees. And we have been on this particular parcel for the past 55 years. So 48 of those years, we were in the county and in industrial use and in industrial zoning. So we just want to make sure we make any potential developer aware that the auto wrecking business involves the crushing of cars, cutting the vehicles with power saws, air compressors, power tools, and industrial operations. And occasionally these occur early in the morning and late at night. The parcel next to us was an industrial zone property, and we are truly an industrial zone usage. So we don't want 5 or 10 years from now somebody to come up to us and try to have us not be there anymore, because these are the ones that are taking the choices. So, and again, we've been there for the past 55 years. Any questions?
If we do, we'll call you back up.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much for your comments. David Stipek, please.
That was close, Stipik, but I hear it all the time. It's okay.
Sorry, I always disclose. It's
never
all, get the name right.
All good. David Stipik, 1330 Sandy Hill Lane up in Reno Vista Ridge. And I appreciate the opportunity just to actually talk a little bit future concern on this. The traffic which has been talked about in our homeowners meetings, is really, I just want to put that on the map. We're not there yet with all the planning, but just to illustrate where our concern is for all the future planning is this intersection of Summit Ridge, where it meets 4th Street, and to my left would be McCarran, and to the right would be downtown on this. And you can see there's 6 lanes going across. There's a bus stop right across from this intersection. It's already very busy. Just as this gets moving along to really study this area, I know there's going to be a traffic study and some various pieces that look at this. But that is where we are turning left, coming out of Summit Ridge to go downtown. This area between the access point and Summit Ridge is a couple hundred feet. Maybe it's fast paced in there. That area, it really does need to get a good look when you work through the traffic study as a future concern. The bus stop, the lanes of traffic, the flow going toward McCarran, the flow going back downtown could create some issues, and I think that's been our main concern. Certainly at the homeowners meetings, the neighborhood meetings, there have been some concerns about views and sight lines, and we appreciate the fact that that's being looked at and under consideration. The positives of this is it cleans up something that's been a big mess for a long time, and those of us who have lived on the ridge and lived through the rock crushing and all the dirt moving and the current construction mess, we would actually look forward to having that not be that way, and provide some better housing for the region. So I just want to put that for the future reference. Traffic, I think, is going to continue to be something we want to look at. We'd like to have continued facilitation of comments and working with the developers as this goes forward. The neighborhood input at times can be testy, but I think it's important that we have it and that we have collaboration as this moves along. And as the final grading plans and specifics of the development and layout and design, density, parking, landscaping, aesthetics, all that goes along, we would continue to ask to have the opportunity for input as this gets to the next phase. And we acknowledge that there has been some changes to make this a little bit more friendly in terms of density and some things along the way, which we do appreciate in our neighborhood. We also understand that there's going to be an apartment complex a little farther up on 4th Street that's proposed. All those traffic issues need to be looked at kind of globally in our region, and just want to continue to put that on the radar of the city. That's it. Thank you.
Great comments. Thank you. Any other requests to speak on this item?
May I say something?
Please come up, and then when you're done, fill out a pink card over there.
I didn't see that. Sorry, my bad.
That's all right.
Okay, hello, my name is Grace Cantardi. I live on Sandy Hill Lane. We just bought our house in July, so we were really excited. Just found out that this was even being proposed, so quite a shock coming to having an amazing view of all of downtown and some really incredible wildlife behind there. Lots of coyotes and deer. I think they automatically or had already said something about that. I'm a little concerned because I have 3 children, and I know that the schooling is incredibly crowded in that area. Grace Warner is massively overcrowded. Sarah Winnemucca is overcrowded. Billinghurst, all the schools. In fact, Northwest Reno has some of the most congested schools. So I'm concerned if you're bringing so many people into our area, what are they going to do with their children? I mean, where are we going to put all these kids? And I understand progression needs to happen, but I'm really concerned. I've had to move my children out of these schools because they are so full to capacity that the teachers necessarily can't handle, the behaviors and all the things that come along with so many children. Mainly that's my biggest concern, other than obvious the view, the noise, all the more people. We already have 6 apartment complexes in that little residential area, 6 apartment complexes and a retirement complex, not to mention that beautiful land is all going to be destroyed. The funeral processions that happen over there weekly, I see them out my window all the time, kind of think that might be a little obnoxious for somebody to have a funeral or something, or come and respect their family members, and there's kids playing at a pool or something. I just think we need to think about all those things encompassing. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
And I did not fill out a comment card. I should know that I've been doing this for 30 years. Jeff Holbrook, I'm the applicant with Landcap Partners. We're excited about the project. Ken gave a great presentation, as did Sienna. I just wanted to let you know we're very invested in the area in lots of projects here. So we are all about working with communities and neighbors. I've had lots of conversations and emails with David, and so we're developing the waterfront at the marina right now. We're finally finishing up that 5-story wrap construction. We own the 3rd Street Flats. We did the Silver Club conversion. So we're very invested here. We're long-term players. We're all about, I think, great projects come together because we work with people, and I'm a big believer in diversity in housing too. So, as I said to David and most of the people, I'm not afraid of density because density can work if you do it right. And we've got a great development team put together, and we are committed to continuing to work with the community to make this a successful project. So, thank you.
Thank you. And please remember to fill out a request to speak form. Before you forget, fill one out.
Can you come fill out a card,
Yeah.
please?
She wants you to do it right now. Any other comments? Okay, thanks very much for those. We'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission for questions. Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you. Sienna, please. Sienna, what's the first question I have is, what is the height restriction for industrial, and then what is the height, or I shouldn't call them restrictions, but the maximum building height for industrial as it's zoned currently, and what's the maximum building height for what is being proposed and change? And if Claudia needs to help you by looking that up, I can ask my second question to you.
Why don't we go ahead and start with the first? I'm going to let Claudia look up the industrial height maximum, but in terms of kind of single family 4, which is actually to the west of the site, and the just to give you a sense. So for single family 4, which is going to be this development here, kind of the small lots, single family, the height there is a maximum of 30 feet. And then as you would step down as proposed into the MF14, you would end up with a maximum of 35 feet or 2 stories. So about a 5-foot difference there. And then as you would work your way east on the site, the MF30 designation, which is proposed for that section, would be increased to 45 feet, so a 10-foot increase from the MF14. So generally, as proposed and as noted in the staff report, you're really getting kind of a transition across the site, kind of from the SF4 and then to the MF30. And I think Claudia just flashed 45 feet for industrial, 55. So definitely with industrial, you could get certainly buildings that are taller than what would be proposed under the MF14 or MF30 zoning districts.
Okay. As you spoke to us many times during Reimagine Reno regarding zonings, we are short industrial space and industrial acreage. So why now is staff in support of converting this from industrial to multifamily?
So as you're well aware, we had an employment demand forecast and needs assessment. That study informed our policies. It really found that if we do continue to have employment trends for warehousing, distribution, which tend to require fairly large parcels of land that are generally separated from intense residential development, that if we continue to see those jobs and those demand for kind of those large footprint buildings, that we do need some additional land. The policies that made their way into the master plan really promote encouraging viable industrial employment areas. And so I think on this site, what has changed is the area surrounding it. This is not a predominantly industrial area anymore. It's been designated a suburban corridor, and that was really a carryover from our previously adopted master plan where this was a secondary transit-oriented development corridor. So it's been identified for change for some time. And this isn't necessarily a site that would be able to provide a large area of land that could help us meet those employment needs that need those larger types of sites. So
Right,
that's why
but
staff's
not all
comfortable.
industrial is larger in capacity. That's typically large box distribution, which we've also learned have very low employment numbers. So
That is true.
the smaller industrial properties actually have higher employment numbers per square foot, and this would support that if it were built out, if it were not changed and built out as industrial.
That is true. And while our more recent 2016 employment study didn't look necessarily at the size distribution, I know in the past the industrial study with regional did actually look at, what is the distribution of parcels in those different size ranges. And there was definitely a good amount of supply in the smaller lots, but what they found was a shortage of supply in the larger lots.
Okay. How does, and we actually heard from one of the owners or the owner of the auto wrecking yard to the east, they have no plans on moving or ceasing the operation. So how does MF14 become compatible with that operation?
So as proposed next to the existing auto wrecking yard, you would actually have the MF30 designation, so did want to
30,
clarify
okay.
that. And in terms of the zoning that's in place today, the auto wrecking yard is an existing non-conforming use. So it's definitely something from a zoning perspective that isn't identified to stay long-term. Certainly the use is grandfathered in, those operations can continue. And so as we plan in the face of potential change, you do have to consider the existing use. So a project that would come forward would definitely need to consider that use and appropriate mitigation measures, whether that be, building setbacks, landscape buffers, even potentially some type of walls, depending on, how ultimately the project would come forward. Those are things that we would look at. And at this point, just from the strict application of the master plan, land use categories and the zoning categories, staff is comfortable noting kind of the overall needs for housing, that this is a site that can support housing, and that we can appropriately mitigate through a project in the future. And also noting that just given the nature of what has been happening along 4th Street, that change was likely to continue to occur in the future.
Okay, when I think of the uses available under I certainly find a lot more compatibility for future build-out than with MF30, correct? I mean, if that auto wrecking yard has been in operation there for 55 years or more, how did it get ME versus I? I mean, did we overlook that when we did the master plan update? Because it sure seemed, I mean, we're grandfathering it in, but we grandfathered it in as a non-conforming use. We weren't respectful to what the operation is.
So it has been a non-conforming use under the existing zoning, which is mixed-use West 4th Street Transit Corridor. It's been non-conforming for quite some time. So in application of the new land use categories in the areas that did have mixed-use zoning, we went and took a look through kind of what are the range of uses that are allowed, and then kind of what is the development that's there today. The mixed employment was applied because that is in essence, a less intense employment type of land use designation than industrial. It really captures a wider range of conforming zoning districts, and I think as I noted in the staff report, there is the potential that that could change over time as well.
Okay. Janelle, I have a question for you, please. sorry, whoever wants to come up from engineering.
Good evening, Commissioners. Frank Peralta, Associate Civil Engineer for the record.
Frank, welcome. We saw an aerial photo that showed where the proposed access point is, or where the current access point is off of 4th Street onto this property, and then the intersection. From an engineering standpoint, traffic standpoint, do you see any problem with spacing between the access points crossing over 4th Street to go eastbound on 4th with traffic the way it is today?
It meets the requirements. It's about 500 feet east of the closest intersection.
Okay, so it meets requirements and
Yes. It's about 500 feet.
very good. And I know we don't have a project, so we don't have a count, so that's why I
Right.
was asking about distance.
We estimated about 4,000.
Okay,
ADT.
very good, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Other questions? Discussion? I do want to make one point, because we had some comments made during public comment, and I think they were largely addressed, but comments related to school capacity, traffic, things like that. That's something that's addressed when we see a specific project. That's not something that we look at during a zone change or a master plan amendment. So to the comments relative to those concerns, we hear those, and we'll definitely take those into account when we see the project when it comes forward. So I just wanted to make that point. With that, I'd certainly entertain a motion. Commissioner Hawkins.
I just want to get clear with Sienna on non-conforming use. We looked at an ongoing thing with the city, and I don't think I need to name it as far as non-conformance. But this gentleman here from Reno Auto Wrecking shouldn't have to worry 20, 30 years down the road if you want to move him further out of town, correct?
In terms of the impact for business operations, Reno Auto Wrecking is an existing non-conforming use at this point in time. So their future expansions would be subject to all of our code provisions that are in effect today. There's no change with the proposed master plan and zoning map amendments to those processes, because as it stands today, it is an existing non-conforming use under the zone.
So are several other properties we've discussed, and I just want to give this gentleman some reason to say, hey, 20 years from now, my sons will be doing this and running the operation or whatever. I want him to feel good about staying where he's at and not having to worry that he's out of conformance. That's all I got. I think some assurances have to be given to that company saying, hey, just because we're going to put a 3-story building next to your facility and we get enough complaints, we're going to go ahead and try to have you shut down. Well, I don't want to see that happen.
The proposed master plan and zoning map amendments certainly wouldn't shut down the existing business, provided that the use has been established and it stays in operation. The use is grandfathered in. We do have, provisions that require for expansions of non-conforming uses, to go through additional review. So it really isn't a change from what's there today, and it really. The business would be subject to the same types of standards, whether the zone is changed to the west of that business or not.
Ken, if I could, please. On the same subject about screening and trying to eliminate any complaints, if Reno Auto Wrecking's staying by what their business license says, whatever their time frame is to open and close, and they decide to chop up a car or squish one or whatever, and it makes god-awful noise, I just don't want to have somebody coming back saying, well, you approved this project next to Reno Auto Wrecking and they're keeping me awake. What can we do about that?
We totally agree, and for the record, Ken Crater. But one of the nice things about our site is the fact that it is elevated up much higher. And this pad right here is about 15 to 20 feet higher than the auto wrecking yard. So we believe that maintaining that elevation difference, putting in an earthen berm, and nothing mitigates sound better than an earthen berm. It's far better than a masonry wall. And so we know that we're going to have to make sure that we screen that. We're looking at site plans that set the units back quite a ways from there. So the idea is to get them looking over the top of the auto wrecking yard, because the view in the distance is green trees. And with that also comes mitigation on the sound, because that way the sound is also being blocked by that slope and the berm and walls that we put on top of that. And trust me, we're just as concerned as the Planning Commission, because the property managers are going to want tenants coming and complaining to them all the time. So it's in everybody's best interest to work together. We know that use has been there a long time, but I can also tell you that I've been out on that site probably a dozen times now, and I've never heard a peep, but I know that you're going to have noise on occasion. So I think that's something that we'll be absolutely able to address when we come in with a special use permit and tentative map on that site, to give everybody the confidence that we have adequately mitigated the impacts of the auto wrecking yard.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or discussion? How about a motion? Commissioner Griffith.
Thank you, Chair. For case number LDC 18-00006 and LDC 18-00057, I propose the following motion. Based upon compliance with the applicable master plan evaluation criteria and zoning map amendment findings, I move to adopt the amendment to the master plan by resolution and recommend that the City Council approve the master plan and zoning map amendments as they meet all applicable statutory and code requirements, subject to conformance review by the Regional Planning Agency.
Great job. That was a mouthful. Yeah, motion. How about a second?
Commissioner Hawkins, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Commissioner Olivas.
Commissioner Olivas, I'll second that, and I can make all the findings.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, quick question.
Commissioner
There's
Johnson.
two in this document. There's one motion that Commissioner Griffith read expertly, I might add.
Yes.
But then later in the same thing, there's actually separate motions for the master plan amendment and the zoning map amendment. I just want clarification that we're okay with the motion as presented.
It's
as
fine
one.
the way, it's fine the way
Perfect.
she read it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good question. Motion and a second. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Motion carries. We're going to take a 5-minute recess and allow the Daybreak group to come back in. So we're going to reopen item 6.1. This is our workshop for LDC 18-00025 and 00037 Daybreak Master Plan and PUD Zoning Map Amendment. Continuing our workshop, and we are going to pick up, looks like, Andy, you're going to say something before we get started
I'm
again.
just,
you're just
so topic-wise, we left off on parks, trails, and open space, so we're on to schools. I did want to share one comment. So I am used to, it's an ongoing joke with Michelle and I that usually when the agendas for the Planning Commission come out, I'm last. And so even when I'm first on an agenda, I still end up last. Picking up the irony on that one. So schools, Any questions on schools?
Mark can't talk about schools.
Mike Buster was here. He did have to leave. Shared that, you know, we've been working closely with them. Where we have the schools located are basically kind of where they dictated it to us, so.
So I actually do have a question about schools. Related to that charter school site. So a charter school isn't really a public school facility, right? So what is I mean, how do you reserve that site? How do you set that aside so that it is a charter school and not some other, you know, commercial enterprise?
So it's located in a residential area, so it's within the underlying land use is residential. And so if the charter schools, you know, ultimately don't come to the table on that, then it would be part of a village.
Okay.
And so in conversations with the school district on the charter schools in particular, their kind of feedback they gave us was, we don't mind charter schools. Like they, you know, they end up typically having a large portion of, you know, they quoted, I think 80% of the kids come from kind of the walk zone anyway. So it helps them, kind of, you know, provides more diversity in the schools and helps with overcrowding.
Commissioner Leisky.
So Andy, how long do you expect to hold that land for a charter school?
The charter school is going to be more flexible, right? I mean, that's more of a kind of a commercial enterprise that comes in to build a school. So it's going to be quick. We're going to hold it for a little bit. The reason.
Well, that's why I'm asking, because if it's not a school and then it's going to, as you just said, it's going to revert to residential.
Correct.
So what's that time frame look like? What's that window of opportunity?
We have it shown in phase 2A.
Is that 5 years, 8 years?
Probably less than that in the, probably 2 to 5 year time frame.
Okay.
Commissioner Hawkins?
On the same thing, is the charter school, once they put their money into it, is this land going to belong to the charter school, or is it going to revert back to the development if they go belly up, per se?
They would probably they would probably purchase the parcel and develop it. I think that's, kind of, we've seen with some other operators in town is they buy their own parcel, build their own school.
So what you're saying is whatever school goes on your development, that school will have to buy that land in order to build?
For the charter school, correct.
For the charter school?
Yeah.
What if it was DePauli Elementary? They gonna buy it?
So with the school district for the elementary school, we're working with them on what that purchase or dedication looks like. The high school site will definitely be a purchase. That's kind of their MO right now.
Okay, thanks.
Related to the high school site, what's the timing on the RMPP transfer or lease from the BLM?
So they have not started, that has to go through like an environmental process. They're going through it on the new Arrow Creek Middle School they're getting from the Forest Service. So that has an environmental process. It takes a few years. Talking to Mike Buster in the lobby, like I said in the presentation, that particular site is one of maybe 2 or 3 that they're looking at in the southeast part of town. So they haven't landed on whether that's their preferred or not. So we're kind of trying to help by setting aside that portion. It's in our last phase, so it's going to be further out for us. So they're going to have time. Depending on if it's the second or third high school that's built with WC1 money, it could be closer to that 10-year time frame of their capital improvement program.
So what's the nearer term impact then before that high school comes online as the residents, start moving in there?
Sure. So the south portion, it all comes down to zoning, and they haven't, they don't zone stuff until it, is kind of built. But we would kind of anticipate the south side of the development would probably most likely be zoned in the interim for Damani Ranch High School. Damani Ranch, they just added, I don't know what it was, 22 classrooms or so. They did a big expansion to Damani Ranch and really increased the capacity there. And then the north portion, I think, would probably be zoned for Wooster. Kind of most of Hidden Valley, and that portion is currently zoned for Wooster. So there may be 2 high schools that those kids go to.
Okay. Great. Other schools questions? Comments, feedback? Okay, we'll move on to hydrology. That's your area expertise, right? Architect slash hydrologist?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you. Andy, can you go back to your aerial showing out the Alexander Lake Pond?
Yeah, sure. Michelle, would you mind bringing up that old presentation? It's old now. It's been like 2 hours.
My question goes back to the runoff of Steamboat Creek and the ditches that are going through Double Diamond, South Meadows, that whole area. I thought Alexander Lake was the detention facility to slow that water down so that it did not wash out farther north as it's heading to the Truckee River.
So I think what you're thinking of, there's kind of two water features out there. So Alexander Lake is the one to the north. This is the South Meadows Detention Facility. So you can see this big channel that comes into it. This is, I think, that detention facility that you're
Yes.
thinking of. That one's off-site. That's owned by South Meadows Property Owners Association. The outflow from that, there's a weir structure at the northeast corner here, and the outflow from that comes in downstream of the dam for Alexander Lake. So Alexander Lake, because it has that small dam in there, it really has, little to no storage capacity because, it basically backs up to the dam height. In heavy events, that washes right over the top of the dam.
Okay.
So it doesn't provide any storage.
Okay, so I had the two bodies of water mixed up in my thought process. Thanks, Andy.
Yeah, you bet.
Commissioner Johnson?
Chair, okay, I'm going to give this a shot on the hydrology. So there's kind of a number of things with the hydrology, but I think the one that probably keys in the most, and we heard it tonight, we hear it every night with respect to kind of flood mitigation, where the water's going. So I understand that we're in this flood storage zone for the city. And the bathtub analogy is a good one in terms of what the capacity is. I guess my question is, when it does flood, is it expected to slowly drain out as water, as downstream becomes more available, or are we looking at it maybe staying for longer periods of time and requiring like infiltration and or evaporation?
Yeah, so this is a very different situation than what you're seeing in places like Swan Lake, right? This is not a closed basin. Ultimately, all of this drains out to the Truckee River. So the period of time that it would be on site is more a function of the backwater that happens as the Truckee River goes through the Narrows east of Sparks, and as that water finally makes its way downstream, all of this empties kind of as part of that big floodplain that empties ultimately out the Truckee River.
Okay.
And so looking at the cross-section we have on there, we've got the low flow channel is kind of depicted there. That's for normal events, normal events just flood, drain right out. So it's just really in those heavy events that you get backwater. And yeah, it may be there for a couple days, but ultimately it all drains out.
Okay. And then I guess along those lines, you mentioned that, the requirement here is for the 117-year flood, which I guess is based on the flood of 97.
Correct.
And so then the storage capacity, and forgive me for understanding this, so the 117-year flood line would be, then you have to mitigate that, and you're proposing to mitigate that plus 25%? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yep, correct. So that 1997 flood, there are known base flood elevations for that. So basically the lines are drawn. We know what that elevation is for that flood event. And so any fill that we place above that, we're replacing that volume. Anything we fill in there, we have to replace that volume somewhere else. So we're replacing that volume at 25% more than what it is now. So
Okay.
effectively, we are increasing the flood storage by 25% on this site.
Okay. So, and just thinking, you know, the 25%, obviously it sounds great. We've already gone from the 100 to the 117, so we've already gone 17% at one point, or 17, however the percentages work out on that. I guess is there, you know, with as much concern as there is with the fact that this is sort of the major portion of flood storage in the Truckee Meadows, you know, how do we land on 25% and not, you know, 150% or 200%? I'm just, in terms of what does that mean and what does that kind of translate to in terms of this part of the valley and its ability to withstand a storm that probably will exceed the 97 in, you know, probably the not too distant future. How, you know, what does that look like with respect to where we are, what you're proposing, and what may be, you know, a more, even more conservative approach?
That was a very multi-part question.
Did you like that? I try that again. I'm working totally within my realm of expertise here, so.
I don't know where to start. On
I guess
that.
let me just back up for a second and say, okay, we're at 125% now. How did we land on 125%? Because obviously this is only a portion of that overall zone that we're looking at, and there's a lot of other areas that are impacted by that storage zone.
Sure. So I guess the 25% we landed on, that was something where when we went through our multiple iterations of kind of balancing the grading to the volume mitigation, working with Jeff House to go through those iterations in the floodplain model to understand kind of what the storage looks like. That's where, you know, playing with the parcels and the villages and everything like that, we ultimately, you know, kind of landed on, we can actually do a little more here. So it kind of fell out to 125% for lack of a better term. I do want to remind you, I mean, the ordinance that's in place, the rules and regulations is 1-to-1, right? So what we're held to by code is a 1-to-1 mitigation. So we're going above and beyond. You know, a lot of that is because when we did our initial outreach, we met with, you know, people from the public. Flooding was number one, right? That was kind of the number one issue that came up in those meetings. And we went back and looked at, you know, what can we do to kind of have a positive impact, and came up with a 25% increase.
Okay. So
does that have to, excuse me, Commissioner Johnson, can I jump in here? Does that have to do with a balanced site so that you're not trucking dirt off?
No, we will still have an export site.
You
There's
will.
still excess dirt.
Then why are you trying to encapsulate the contaminated soil 2 feet under instead of hauling that off and getting rid of it?
Because it's more cost effective to bury it than haul it off.
Even if it gets saturated?
Yeah, because it's going to be encapsulated below 2 feet of clean. It basically is not going to go anywhere. It's just going to stay in that open space area, out of contact.
Okay. Sorry, Commissioner
No,
Johnson.
that's a great question. I was actually going to ask, and I'm not sure, Janelle, if this is, you know, from the engineering side, if this is you to respond to this area. I'm just looking around the room and my eyes fell on you as I guess as the question for this. So feel free to defer. I guess in the conversation that Andy has provided, I guess I'm just looking from the city's perspective and this additional 25% that we're looking at. How is that impacting what else we've got out there? I mean, I appreciate what we're doing, but this is probably the only area of that Zone 1 flooding that is slated for development anytime soon from what I'm seeing. So any mitigation that we do on here is probably going to be the only mitigation that's going to happen on it for a while. So what's the city's thought in terms of what they're proposing with the 25% and how that benefits moving forward?
Janelle Thomas, Senior Civil Engineer for the record. So the 1-to-1, as Andy stated, is the mitigation that's required per our code and per our standards that we have in place. In order to have a factor of safety, I believe, you know, they did listen to the concerns of the community. I do believe that it probably provides that factor of safety that provides a little assurance to our community that the amount of flooding in the future would be limited and possibly accommodated for a larger event. So I see it as an overall benefit. And yes, you are right that this is probably one of the biggest developments that we're going to see in that critical flood pool zone 1. I'm not aware of additional properties that are being developed within this zone, but there are likely some properties further north and into the Truckee River area which would fall into that zone, but we aren't aware of those of those developments at this point.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Janelle, before you sit down, will a flood storage like this, a ditch that's, we see the cut on, will it typically have detention dams built into it, or is it just for keeping the volume within the banks, like I think of a dike or raising the walls up of a shallow river that occasionally gets floodwaters?
Yeah, so there is a backwater effect that occurs within this flood zone. And so that additional storage, that does provide storage. Now,
Okay.
one of the other design contemplations that's being considered at this point is delving into the timing of which the storm events hit, and also comparing that to the timing of the peak flows that are occurring on the Truckee River. It may actually make more engineering sense to actually discharge this area into the Truckee sooner rather than later. And that hasn't been finalized at this point, but that is something that has been discussed with staff, and we are considering in that because of those timing and the peak flows that come into the Truckee River, it may actually make more sense to discharge this water into the Truckee, get it flowing downstream before the peaks from additional upstream flows hit. And we want to make sure that the timing of our peak flows don't negatively impact the Truckee River.
Okay, and that also would not impact the airport, right, with additional
Correct.
waters?
Correct.
Okay,
That is correct.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So Janelle, aren't you having that effect then when you're taking a channel? I mean, I understand the bathtub scenario, but I mean, a river in this type of area naturally wants to do this, right? And they're taking it and doing this. So by moving the water through in that type of a channelized scenario, you're moving it from point A to point B quicker.
Potentially.
You're achieving
yes.
that outcome. So how do we know if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing?
When we see the final hydrology studies coming through, we're going to be able to look at that analysis and make sure that that does work. So we are working very closely with both our Public Works Department and the developer to do that full analysis. At this stage of the project, we're looking at a more high level, making sure that that gut check tells us that this can function in a normal condition. And so I think that what we'll find is we're going to provide that additional storage ability, but it may end up that we pursue, pushing that water out. But there would still be that additional capacity available.
Thank you. Other hydrology questions? What was next on our list? Was it mercury? You, Commissioner?
Can I ask one last question?
Yeah.
Yeah, you bet.
Excuse me, Commissioner Weisky. When you create a deeper flood channel, do you have the depth before water table on average years before you start, exposing the water table? Because in some areas on that east side of the valley, the water table is pretty high.
Yeah, so I'm going to defer to Steve Strickland on that one and
Okay.
let him answer that. Good evening, Commissioners. Steve Strickland with Wood Rogers. Actually, when we met with staff on this project early on, Janelle made it very clear we need to address groundwater because there is very high groundwater in that area. So part of our analysis, the final analysis, will include a full groundwater study as well to see what impacts, what base flow that might add to that area so that we're not counting that area as storage if that water's already there all the time.
Okay, okay. So that will be done at a later date
That
prior to us seeing the PUD in its final form or near final form?
That will be the timing of our next visit to you. That work will be done.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me get in.
Yeah, absolutely. Good question. All right.
Maybe just to chime on to that, it'll be done, but kind of the safeguard that's in the PUD is, right, it's 125% mitigation. So whether we have to accommodate, if we find out that there's groundwater and we need to accommodate for that to still maintain that 125%, then we will.
So it's still 125%?
Correct. Right. Yes. Yes. That's speaking out of turn. Wetlands?
Wetlands, riparian areas?
I've got one for you, Andy.
Yeah, you bet.
Or your crew. Environmental impact statement. Has this been done or assessed?
So this requires a 404 permit. The 404 permit includes a number of environmental aspects to it, cultural, wildlife. And actually, I can defer to Jeff or Jenna if you want to come up and Jeff Glazner with Salix is our consultant that did that 404 permit. He can walk you through what's included in that environmental process.
Jeff Glazner, Salix Consulting. The Corps is responsible to write a NEPA document, and it's a federal agency. And in this case, we're expecting it to be an EA FONSI. They have to make that decision yet. We submitted the 404 permit last month, and Christine Saragioli at the Corps is going through all the details. There's a 404 permit, there's a mitigation and monitoring plan, there's an alternatives analysis. It's a lot of documentation. She's consulting with NDEP and several other agencies. Everyone gets a bite at it, federal EPA. And she's assembling all that information. And so we're waiting for her to come back to us with all of her information gathering. And then we'll work through some of the more details. But we expect an EA FONSI. So that would be the environmental document that comes out of the 404 process.
Okay.
Okay.
So what is the timing on the signing of that FONSI?
Depends on how complicated the questions that come back to her are. So if I'm guessing 3, 4, 5 months, we should have an answer on most of these things. You know, sometimes they can take a long time, but I think we're moving through this pretty well. There's a really healthy mitigation plan associated with the impacts. Nobody's really raising any issues with any of that. It's working out pretty well so far. We're just moving through the process, but we really need to get all this input, and then that's sort of the critical point.
So NDEP hasn't come up with any wildlife concerns, any sort of,
No,
anything
wildlife
that
really
raises any red flags with those?
No, wildlife really has been a non-factor in this process. Species are really aren't a factor. It's more mercury's come up, and we're just dealing with that. Just the questions of mercury and how we're handling it. That's probably the biggest one. But the numbers are working out really well as far as the amount of habitat we're creating in this process. So it's been surprisingly quiet on, with the input so far.
Okay,
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Anything else on wetlands?
Anything else on that? How about mercury? Commissioner Hawkins?
Still waiting on the pamphlet, but I'm patient. Explain to me the process from beginning to end in a Reader Digest version of how you found your 4 acres of mercury and nothing else on the property. I'm puzzled because of that.
Sure. So the testing protocol is basically, again, going back to the history of knowing that Steamboat Creek transports the mercury from Washoe Lake area. And so we know wherever that water was used to flood irrigate, there's a potential for mercury contamination in the soil. So they went out and tested, Michelle, would you mind going back to the PowerPoint? Sorry. They tested pretty much the entire ranch. So all the blue areas, all those blue squares, they went out and took samples. Those samples went to the laboratory and they tested for mercury levels that were above the action level. So above the level of contamination that requires action to be taken. That's not to say that no mercury was found in the blue areas. They were just in very low levels. So the mercury was found kind of, if you look, it's on the east side of the property. That's the low side. That's where, probably that sheet flow from the flood irrigation of the field kind of pooled, and that's where we saw the highest concentrations of it. So the mitigation plan is, so they then went back out, found where those kind of hot spots were, if you will, went back out and tested to determine what the depth of the contamination was. The depth of contamination was all within the top 1.5 feet or 18 inches. So the remedial action plan that NDEP has already approved is that they will dig down below where that contamination is known, dig down another 2 feet, and basically place that under 2 feet of clean fill.
And this mercury is organic, right?
Let me, Joe McGinley with McGinley Associates here, I'll let him talk about the nature of it.
Good evening. For the record, Joe McGinley, principal with McGinley and Associates. Could you repeat that question?
The methyl mercury that's been found, is that organic?
There was very little, if any, methyl mercury found. What we looked for was total mercury, and that's what we're dealing with in this, for the remedial action plan, is total mercury.
That's what do they call it, quicksilver?
That's mercury in its elemental form. This is, we're talking, the action level here is 80 milligrams per kilogram. So it's in the soil, so it's not elemental mercury. It's actually absorbed onto the soil.
Okay. And there's no way that anybody's gonna find any mercury in the water that's coming down to the trucking?
You mean elemental mercury? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, in fact, we believe that part of the flood mitigation program is essentially really gonna help downstream of this property, that if there is, mercury that's still continuing to flow down, it eventually will, normally it's transported in bigger flood events, not the little V channel that Andy was showing. It's the big flood events, that's the main transport mechanism. So with the mercury, and again, we're talking milligrams per kilogram, not elemental mercury, it'll settle and it'll have, we believe, protection to the Truckee River.
Thank you.
Question on that. In comparison to what the RTC did with the Southeast Connector, can you kind of put this, what you're working on within the scope of this project compared to what they did in remediating the mercury that they've dealt with
Sure.
on the project?
Absolutely, and that's a good question. So 2 things. Number one, we're essentially doing the same thing, is that we're encapsulating the mercury in the soil again, okay? We're doing it in an area where it's not gonna be under residence, which Andy talked about earlier. It's basically gonna be in very innocuous areas of the site. So in terms of the actual remediation approach, we're essentially doing the same thing. We're encapsulating. The difference is we had different action levels. They had, I can't believe, I think it was about 11 milligrams per kilogram. Our action level is 80 milligrams per kilogram.
Sorry, explain what that means.
Okay. See the 4 red, and to get back to the Commissioner's earlier question, what we did in each one of those quadrants, we actually took 5 soil samples, 1 from the middle and 1 from the corners, and then we composited them. And then we had that composite sample analyzed, okay? So they have soil, it's dirt in a bag. And they basically run it through at an independent lab, they run it through their machines, and they tell you what the concentration of mercury is in the soil. So in those 4 quadrants, it exceeded the 80 milligrams per kilogram action level, okay? That action level was actually, it's consistent with what started this whole mess, and that's the Carson River Mercury Superfund site, okay? It's our one and only Superfund site in the state of Nevada. And what the NDEP did, Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, several years ago, is they came up with a long-term strategy plan on how to deal with this, because it flows, easterly down the Carson River all the way to Fallon, and it had flown westerly into Warshall Lakes, Steamboat Ditch and whatnot, so it was problematic. So what the NDEP did is they came out and they did this exhaustive study of how to deal with this. And they came out and basically what they said, the main exposure route for this mercury in this soil, believe it or not, it's not contaminating groundwater, it's not killing birds. The main exposure is dermal contact to children. So based on that, they said, if you see anywhere where there's more than 80 milligrams per kilogram, let's protect that dermal contact, and we'll simply bury it by 2 feet. So there's projects we've been involved with in Dayton where there's homes built over mercury contaminated soil, 2 feet of clean dirt, and then a house. What I particularly like about this development is, everybody said, well, let's be very pragmatic here, and why even go down that path, even though we probably get it sold to the NDEP. Let's just make sure we've got the room available. Let's make sure we put any soil above that action level, once again, in an area that's rather innocuous to the project.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. Commissioner Weisky.
Before you sit down, please. Is that 2 feet under bottom of footing, or is that 2 feet under subgrade? What's it 2 feet under?
Okay, it's gonna have a 2-foot cap. Okay, and again, it's not going under any residential.
Right,
building.
but
So
I
footers
thought
are out.
Andy said under commercial areas.
Yeah, commercial areas, yeah, so wherever it is, you would have to have contaminated soil, 2 feet of clean material, and then your footer on top of that, if it's underneath a commercial building.
Okay, so it will be down, it won't be exposed by excavation for foundations or footings or columns or anything like that?
That's correct, that's correct.
Okay,
And
because
I
my
think it's-
question was going to be, why not do it like Granite did and put it under roadways instead of buildable areas, but...
Well, here's my experience, okay? Roadways get worked on. All of a sudden, somebody wants to put a fiber optic line or something in the
Sure.
roadway.
Good
okay?
point.
So my experience is that roadways actually have a higher probability of that material being exposed again than underneath a building foundation. And again, once again, a lot of this material, 3 out of the 4 are going into the floodway mitigation area, which is going to be no building.
Sure. Perfect. Thank you very much for your explanation.
You bet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other questions on that? Soils, mercury? No? Okay.
Existing aggregate pits?
You say that as if it's like
Going once?
the cue to like a really intense, fun conversation.
Who wants?
For 200.
You want aggregate?
Right.
You want aggregate?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I'm gonna take this, because you did use the aggregate pits. I just have a question when we're talking about some of the existing environmental stuff that's there. Just as a question, and I'm looking at the Daybreak Development Plan overview, and there's a comment in there about incorporating historical and environmental amenities that are unique to the property. Now, I know there was an issue with the steamboat, or with the Southeast Connector with respect to archaeology. This has obviously been an area for Native Americans for, number of years before it was ranching and everything else. What is the approach, if any, that's being taken to any kind of archaeological work, anything for requirements for that, anything with the existing, I think there's a couple of buildings out there now. What's the plan for that,
Sure.
if any?
I will defer that one to Couts.
We just want to make sure that everybody's in the room has an opportunity to come here. If they're going to be here till the time we are, they might as well have a chance to talk.
For the record, Jason Spidell, archaeologist with Couts Environmental Consultants. So your question regarding cultural resources pertains to this project specifically under Section 106. Because of the permitting process through the Army Corps of Engineers, Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act applies and therefore requires a full cultural study for the project area. That cultural resource report has been prepared and submitted to Army Corps of Engineers. It includes architectural evaluation of the ranches and prehistoric archaeological work for the entire site. So at this point going forward, what will happen is the Army Corps of Engineers will consult with various parties, including tribes of local interest and the State Historic Preservation Office and the City of Reno as a certified local government. So I believe Claudia Hansen is the contact for some of that work that will be consulted with. So any other questions on that? Or?
So I guess then, based on the results of that in the Section 106, what is, I guess, what are the requirements that are then put upon this development should there be, cultural significance or historic significance to any of the items that are included in that report, if any?
So great question. Going forward, so once you have, we evaluate these resources according to eligibility to the National Register of Historic Places. So we provide recommendations to all the agencies involved. Once the agencies concur with those recommendations and they go out and they consult with the public, they consult with certified local governments involved, and they'll consult with SHPO. So that'll be the Army Corps that's responsible for that consultation. Once resources are then identified as being eligible for the National Register, and that's kind of what we start dealing with, is it classes out the resources that are not important versus those that are important. Then we develop mitigation measures, and the mitigation measures vary by the types of resources, and in that respect, architectural resources that may be in the project areas, such as the ranch complex, would be treated differently than buried archaeological components that you may find on a prehistoric site. So in all different types of resources are known to occur on the property. As you said, it's immediately adjacent to Southeast Connector project, and so both projects will encounter those types of resources. So there are known prehistoric resources on site, and there are known historic resources on site. So going forward, mitigation measures will be drafted for those resources, and traditional archaeological excavation may occur. Public outreach in the form of kiosks and interpretive markers may happen for like the historic component. That's generally like for the historic component and ranch. That's generally what is occurring these days through consultation efforts, a result of consultation. So basically, the variety of what can occur is on the table right now, and that'll be sourced through different methods and decided through consultation.
Okay. So then I'll bring Andy back up. Based on that, so understanding it's been drafted, it's in review, comments come back, one way or the other in terms of, the density, the amount, I guess the historical integrity, a number of terms that I'm getting wrong and somebody will correct me on later. What is the approach, I guess, that Daybreak would be taking should you have recommendations for National Register eligibility?
Sure. So it'll be a kind of a mix. So for what Jason referred to as, kind of the archaeological sites, those will likely remain untouched. That's kind of our plan, is it'll remain untouched in an open space area. Obviously, archaeological sites are sensitive in nature. There's not a desire, obviously, to have people go loot them, and so we don't disclose where they are. So with those tentative maps that come forward, you'll probably see some open space areas. As it pertains to maybe some of the historic structures, really when I kind of highlighted in our open space and Parks and Trails plan, art and interpretive signage is going to be a part of that. So it could be interpretive signage talking about, the former Native American camps that were there, or talking about sort of the historic ranching of the Truckee Meadows and how this fit into it, things like that. That'll be part of that kind of open space experience, kind of part of the park's features.
Okay. So then, again, going back to the idea that this is a workshop, looking at the way the document is put together, maybe just a little bit more density in terms of the historic resources component as similar to, we've got an environmental, plan for the mercury, we've got a plan for the, the wetlands drainage, some, I guess, level of language, and if it's in there and I miss it, I apologize, that speaks about, the historic resources, whatever they would be, and that they would be dealt with according to the steps that were outlined.
Yeah, so it's in there. We'll just look at kind of the specificity of it to see if it, and maybe even have it, meet with you separately to see if that's something that resonates.
Okay, appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, no
Okay.
takers on aggregate pits?
That's where we left off, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, if there aren't any on that, let's move on to traffic and connectivity. No questions on traffic? So can we go back to, I know the county left, and I should have left it earlier, the Alexander Lake Road.
Yeah, you
And,
bet.
When we were out there, Andy, I think you probably sensed that was a concern for me. I guess I just don't understand why, okay, I understand why, because it doesn't meet it doesn't meet the city standards as a roadway. But why not, as a city, and again, as much a question for the city or the county as it is for you representing the developer, why don't we improve that roadway to provide another means to access this community?
So it's more a question to the county, right? I mean, and Dwayne Smith was here and he kind of, pulled me aside afterwards. He had to leave, but basically said, look, they're open to working on it, as a bike and pedestrian facility. Their concern is, obviously not having sort of public traffic going through there. It's not, the curves on the road, the slopes on the road, things like that. It really doesn't make sense for a public roadway. There was concern sort of in the interim that, which, it's existing condition, it's a haul road, right? There are heavy trucks that use that. That's their access in and out of those aggregate pits. And so commingling cyclists, for example, and heavy trucks is not a good thing. But I think, looking long-term, I think that the county is open to, gating it off. Obviously when, the aggregate pits are exhausted, there's not that heavy truck traffic any longer, getting it off to public access and having it be more of a pedestrian and bike access, to the Huffacre Hills open space trailhead. Because at that point, once the aggregate pits are exhausted, there's really the only use for that roadway is access to the sewer treatment facility. So it becomes a really low volume roadway at that point.
So you wouldn't envision any sort of traffic? Well, and I'm thinking more of, motorized, regular vehicle traffic, just accessing that development from McCarran on the other side, or is that just not a realistic way to get to the development?
It's not really, I think it's a little over 2 miles, so it's kind of out of the way to get over there. It's a windy, circuitous route to get over there, and it didn't make sense. Plus, if you look at the intersection of Alexander Lake Road and McCarran, it's really close to Longley. It's a right in, right out only, so it's not really serving a lot from a traffic service perspective. So that was kind of early on. I was like, look, this, from our discussion with the county, look, this doesn't make sense as a public roadway in the future. It can still be emergency access, right? It provides emergency. Another emergency route in, which is a good thing, but doesn't make sense as a public vehicle access.
Janelle, you want to comment on that?
Janelle Thomas, Senior Civil Engineer for the record. So what I was going to add to that conversation is Andy's absolutely correct. The roadway is not built currently to city standards. It's got some safety concerns with it as it exists today. It is used primarily as a haul route. I know that there have been crashes in the past with public traffic traveling on it as a haul route. I believe probably 2 decades ago there was I think a VW bug that went off the edge of the road. But the intersection there at McCarran is really not conducive to being a full access condition. So it's too close to the intersection of Longley Lane, and you wouldn't be able to have full movements there. It would be very restrictive. And I think that if we allowed that as a public access, there would be a significant number of, U-turns at that intersection in order for traffic that was traveling westbound to come back to that road. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense in the city's mind to improve that to a public standard. We do agree that it probably should just be used as that maintenance road access and haul route access as it stands today, and remain within the county's jurisdiction.
Okay, so it'd be the county's prerogative then to whether they maintain the access to Huffaker Hills
Correct.
trailhead or not.
Well, and what I will add is that there's a trail system within the open space of this proposed project, which ties into that Huffaker Hills trail system. So I do believe that that is the overarching goal of the project, is to have that connectivity for the pedestrian and recreational access.
Great, thank you. Okay. Commissioner Johnson?
I think I'll ask a quick question on traffic, because I see Lauren sitting there in the front row for the whole time.
He doesn't get paid if he doesn't talk, so if you want to call him up.
So Andy, you can respond to this one then. No, I guess in all honesty, looking at the traffic, I mean, obviously we've got a way in from the north, way in from the south, and the traffic analysis that we're doing, where are we seeing the traffic going? What are we running the impacts out? I think about the issues at South Meadows as it comes out to the freeway and what that looks like traffic-wise. I'm guessing that's got to be part of this analysis in terms of the overall impact that this is going to bring about. So where are you looking as a part of this traffic analysis and extending the impacts of what's going on here?
Thanks for letting me have an opportunity to stretch my legs. Lauren Chilson with Traffic Works. The good thing about this site in comparison to many others is we do have a lot of options for access, and we can disperse traffic throughout the roadway network. As you mentioned, north, south, east, and west. North, we have the southeast connector going all the way out to Sparks, and that's going to be a fair amount of the traffic. McCarran also is headed that direction to the north, and so we've assigned a fair amount of traffic that way. And then, of course, you get McCarran to the west towards Meadowwood, towards employment centers, McCarran Ring Road. So a lot of traffic will move west via McCarran too. And come out of that northern village area, use Rio Poco and out to McCarran. So that's another point of dispersal. And then to the south, we have, of course, Southeast Connector down to Geiger Grade, another regional facility, and South Meadows Parkway to the freeway, as you note. So you look at South Meadows, thank you, Michelle, and also Southeast Connector, Veterans Parkway. They sort of head the same direction to some degree, so that traffic will split there too. So the extent of what we've looked at in the study is the intersections you see there, basically looking at how is this project traffic getting out to each side. We did not evaluate it all the way to the freeway. The RTC has a project that will be coming out this year, most likely, to study that entire South Meadows area after Southeast Connector opens. And so that particular study will inform the greater picture a little bit more in that south area. We've paid a little more attention to what happens north with Rio Poco and the intersection up at Miraloma, and studied all of those, and found that they all function within acceptable levels of service with the project in a 10-year plus horizon after the Southeast Connector opens. So we have gone through all that and checked it all, and it works pretty well because we have these 5-6 different ways to disperse traffic.
So, which I can understand from looking at this, but I guess maybe, you brought up a couple of points, the Rio Poco and McCarran then heading towards the west. And maybe this is a question even for the city in terms of what they would be expecting, but, I'm picturing all of your points of connection, and how those function, but then just just down the way, we were just talking about the McCarran-Longley intersection. Or we're talking, again, I mentioned, South Meadows heading towards the freeway, or even Veterans Parkway as it heads down and gets into Damani Ranch. It seems to me like there needs to be with 4,700 new homes, the traffic impact, not only at those intersections, it's going to have, an impact beyond that. So I guess I'm looking for maybe some comfort level and some analysis just outside of the immediate points of connection where this is hitting the road
Sure, so
network.
2 points I'll make on that. One, the highest focus of traffic that you're going to see is immediately adjacent to the site, and those all check out to be acceptable levels of service. So that's where the greatest concentration of traffic is. So we know we've covered that. And then we've looked at the roadway segments going out from there in the 10-year horizon with the project. So South Meadows, south of this study, intersection 10, for example, into the west. And those segments check out as well as meeting acceptable level of service. So we could chase that traffic out, to more distant intersections, but we've covered where the highest demand is. And if those check out, then, unless there's really a hot spot somewhere else, which wasn't identified when we scoped with the city, then we've really covered the bases. So, sure, there could be some location somewhere else that might be a hot spot as well, but it would be hard to identify because we've hit what we believe would be the highest impact locations.
Okay. That answers that question. Thank you, Lauren, appreciate that. You can go sit back next to Andy.
All right, good, I can get paid now.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Weisky.
Mr. Chairman, Andy? Have the residents on Rio Poco been attending the meetings? I believe that's where you were showing earlier in your presentation, the separation of different types of roads, but at one point you said it's 6 lanes wide?
No. Rio Poco is a 60-foot wide paved section.
60-foot wide paved
So
section.
it could be, basically it can accommodate 4 lanes right now.
Okay.
It's only a 2-lane road. So we're keeping it at a 2-lane road. It's basically gonna be a 2-lane collector. That's kind of what it's identified in the regional transportation plan. But to answer your first question, yes, we have had a few Rio Poco residents that came to, I think both of our kind of different groups, but came to our 2 neighborhood meetings that we had. And we're able to kind of present this to them and really didn't get a lot of feedback from them.
Okay.
'Cause I know, we kind of went ahead and said, look, we know we're sending traffic this way. It's appropriate to make these connections, but we can make it better for you in the long run.
So if you've had a couple of neighbors on Rio Poco show up, it's been quite a while since I've driven on Rio Poco, so forgive me if my numbers are wrong, but if there's 50 people, that's, 4% of the overall, and you're going to be affecting their normal traffic patterns. What outreach can be done by this project to those people so that they get more input? Because you know what's going to happen. It's not going to be at the PUD that they get it. It's going to start being at the maps, and then we're going to get stuck and hung up in here talking about traffic that we could be dealing with issues,
Yeah.
this year on instead of 2 years or 4 years down the road.
Sure, and so I think the improvements that we put in, I think, address a lot of that. Yes, traffic is gonna increase on Rio Poco, and so from an outreach perspective, what we've done, so with our neighborhood meeting, the first neighborhood meeting, we did not send out postcards. We kind of sent out notifications to all the HOAs that we had met with around there. The second neighborhood meeting, we sent out postcards. Instead of sending to 750 feet, we sent to 1,500 feet. So we increased that, and we're using the same 1,500-foot buffer to notify for our third meeting on May 31st. So we're trying to cast a wide net. Did we go door to door? No, not necessarily. But yeah, we've had some of those neighbors come in, and quite frankly, we've had kind of a low turnout. They were noticed for this meeting tonight, right? Postcards and signs were up for this meeting tonight as well.
Okay. All right, and I'm not questioning your advertisement. I'm just trying to think of a a stumbling block that may be coming ahead for all of us.
Yeah.
And for the record, I probably won't be here when it's all of us. So it'll be all of you. But I just,
Yep.
a thought, okay?
Duly noted. Anything else on traffic?
I have a question on traffic related to Rio Wrangler and the connection going south. So maybe even more of a question for the city. I mean, this development has it proposed to their boundary, the improvement, which is fair, but then there's sort of a gap between, you know, where it's currently improved, where they haven't improved. What's the time frame to when that might be filled in?
Janelle Thomas for the record. So yes, there is a gap there. There is, I believe that that's part of the Bella Vista development. Phase 2. Yeah, sorry, getting late. But that is on the plan to be developed as part of that development. At this point, we don't have that connection within this particular PUD. If it's determined that that needs to be additionally accessed in some form or manner, I'm not sure that that would be required due to the proximity to Veterans Parkway and the ability for emergency services to get there, for example. But ultimately, yes, that connection will be made, but I don't know what the timing of that is going to be at this point.
So there's also a sort of an expectation too so that's Bella Vista Phase 2 PUD. There is a requirement on that to build half of the South Meadows, South Meadows extension over Steamboat Creek. So we have the other half, and as indicated in our phasing plan, that's our Phase 1B. So our extension of South Meadows across basically takes a big step forward for that Bella Vista Phase 2 for that to happen sooner.
Okay. Last question related to transportation. I know it's really outside of your control, but I would encourage the developer to work with the RTC because there are, multifamily, sort of mixed housing components in here because it's a goal in our master plan to promote multimodal connectivity. So you've got the pedestrian, the bicycle, the vehicular. I mean, that all looks great. That transit component.
Yeah.
Working with them to build that in would be fantastic.
Yeah, so I mean, transit, and I think there's a representative from RTC here, but transit is right. You need a critical mass, and so it's going to take probably towards build out before they could contemplate transit service there. We have incorporated kind of the ability to put transit stops and pads for benches and things like that in the future. So that's kind of built into that roadway sections that we have.
Great.
So yeah, we have, that consultation has happened.
And I'll just add that we have been in conversation with RTC. I have had conversations with Tina Wu, who is kind of the representative that spearheads those transit conditions on the plans as they come forward. And we've incorporated some language into the handbook in order to encourage that in the future with the future collector roads.
Good to hear. Thanks. Okay. Virginia Range interface. Does that include
horses?
Wild horses?
You bet.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Commissioner Hawkins? No, Commissioner Griffith.
Commissioner Griffith, for the record. Andy, we talked about this a little bit when we were taking the tour, and I know that you had mentioned you guys were working with some advocacy groups.
Yep.
Have you had anything kind of come through forward in writing that kind of supports what your exhibit lays out in here as an example, or are you guys still working on some things together?
So there's kind of an ongoing effort in that part of town. And actually, I think, Brooke can probably speak to this because he's been the point man for the city. But yeah, we met with the Hidden Valley Horse Association, and then for the life of me, I have a mind block on the other organization we met with, but two of the kind of really active horse advocacy groups in that area. And I think like I've told, everybody, we've taken a position on this to say, look, you guys tell us what the best practices are. We are not the experts. Tell us what needs to be done. And so we really took guidance from staff as kind of taking all of that feedback together that's what's incorporated in the plan that we have. I don't know if you want to.
Speak a little more. Brooke Oswald, Associate Planner for the Record. As you all know, I have a little bit of experience with Palisades on this. We learned a lot of lessons on that. One of the things we found is that the perimeter fence is really important. With that, we've actually done mapping and a study of the entire perimeter fence along there, where the connections are, how that would happen. And we're just finishing up a best management practices that will be sort of implemented and used with developers as we kind of move forward with this. I've also had a fair amount of connection with the horse advocacy groups and getting their input on this. I think what you'll see there, as Andy outlined, is that we have prior to construction, we have a boundary fence going in that will go down, and on that Rio Wrangler connection there where their road ends, we will actually have a temporary cattle guard there because we can't make that connection to the boundary fence above. As the next development comes in, we will look to make that full connection along that range. What we're really looking at is creating that perimeter fence line of there. And some of the other things are important is that looking at how that's being maintained through there's language with the HOA being able to, they're responsible for the maintenance of that. A lot of that currently now falls along the horse advocacy groups, their ability to do that. So we're looking at other sort of long-term plans of how we do that. That perimeter fence could move as maybe not in this development, as other developments come back in, and we'll make appropriate changes to the fence lines as those come in. So the other horse guard that we do have, as Andy mentioned, will be replaced is on its access to the federal lands there, the BLM lands. There is a cattle guard there. RTC has done a fair amount of work, and they've come down and they have a fence line that runs just right into that cattle guard. So that will be replaced and prevent that horse movement through that area. The perimeter fence with the Daybreak development will tie into that cattle guard on that side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're good there. So before we get to project phasing, benefits and timelines, which I'd like to include fiscal benefits or impacts in that one, I'd like to just throw out there to make sure that we cover infrastructure, water, sewer, if there are any questions on that, because that's not on this list.
Yeah, we actually didn't include that in the presentation because it's kind of, not necessarily an issue. Because this is an infill location, sewer is readily available within close proximity or adjacent to the site right now. Tumble water is available in either adjacent to or actually running through the site right now. So there's actually that infrastructure in place. Maybe add just a kind of little addition to this is about 2/3 of the sewer is going to go to the South Turkey Meadows water reclamation facility. That's basically all the south side of the project. The north side of the project will ultimately go to the Turkey Meadows wastewater reclamation facility, but the entire project is going to be on reclaimed water reclaimed irrigation of common areas and parks, and maybe even into some of those wetland areas to sustain them coming out of the South Turkey Meadows plant. So Washoe County is really excited about that because they need more areas to spend that reclaimed water, and we are basically doing it throughout the development.
Great. Questions on that? No? Comments? Oh, Commissioner Weisky? I wasn't sure if you had a comment or not there.
No, that's fine. Question, Andy, on the storm drain runoff. Is that included in your 125% for the 117 year?
Yeah, let me defer that to Steve.
Okay.
Hello again, Steve Strickland with Wood Rogers.
Steve, the question is, storm drain runoff now is going to be piped when this development is approved, build out, whatever. Is water, does that water go straight into the Steamboat Creek to the Truckee River as it does downtown, or will it go through a processing plant first?
It will go straight into the drainage system. It won't go through a process.
Okay, so is that included in your 117-year flood plan for your 125?
Yeah, they're kind of separate issues. You know, the flood storage is, you know, what flood volume is there today, you know, based upon that 117, that 97-year flood. What we're filling in there, so when we fill, you know, a shovel full, we're gonna have 1.25 shovelfuls that we take out. They're kind of separate issues. Our drainage will drain into that area. Our drainage from the north area will move through low flow channels over to the low flow channel that, you know, Andy mentioned or showed up on the presentation. Our flows on the south side will move either to the west adjacent to this southeast connector and then down attached to Thomas Creek, eventually Steamboat Creek, but they all kind of head the same direction.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is I was in Double Diamond in 97, and our storm drain system didn't back up. It went into the ditches and then went back out into towards Alexander Ranch Pond, whatever. It went out into the meadows. It picked Steamboat back up and went on to towards the Truckee River. So we didn't have backup in our neighborhoods, although all the ditches were at max capacity. And I'm just concerned that you're just north of that or downstream of that now. Will that create a backup for those people?
No.
Okay.
I mean, our starting point for the storm drainage system is going to be, you know, that the 100-year water surface elevation. We can't impact the people upstream of us.
Okay.
So we have to
And
make
they're
sure
not going to impact you guys by...
We'll be planning for them. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to that last point then. Project phasing, benefits, timeline, fiscal impacts, or implications, as it's said in the staff report. So I do have a question on that fiscal implications. It seems like there's some discrepancy in the staff report based on what's included in the applicant's package versus what staff is showing. Can you explain that?
I'm going to defer to the expert.
Great.
Hi, Matt Taylor with City of Reno Finance. So the main difference between what was applied for the fiscal impact analysis and what Reno came up with was the way that police was calculated. A lower entry-level police officer was used when they were calculating their fiscal implications, and what Reno Finance used was a median level. So it's a difference of about $22,000 in salaries plus benefits. So moved over 20 years made it flip-flop from a net supplier of benefits to a net user of benefits. There's also a difference in the way that business licenses were calculated. Annual increase of year over year was used at 3% for the fiscal impact analysis. And when we looked at it, a 2% increase was more applicable, which brought the revenues down a little bit. So, and it really just depends on what the economy is going to do over the time, over 20 years.
What about the assumption that they used that 100% of the people would be from out of state versus what might be more realistic as being, or outside of the Reno area,
Yes.
excuse me, versus 75%?
So finance used a 75% loading factor, assuming that only 75% of the people moving into this development would be from outside of the area, and that remaining 25% would be people moving up in from one part of town to another part of town, and they're already spending their money in the area, so we didn't want to double count their revenues.
So in that paragraph, then, what does that mean when it says this changes the cumulative surplus to change to a deficit in approximately 14 years?
It just means that after 14 years, instead of them, so the original analysis shows that at the end of 20 years that they were going to be a supplier of resources to the city, that they were going to be bringing in more revenues and expenses. But since we did a 75% loading factor, saying that 25% of the people moving in already live here and aren't going to be spending more money just because they're moving into a bigger house. And the way that the police were calculated out using a higher average expense, they were going to be a net user after 14 years. That's the break-even point, was at 14 years.
So at 14 years, then the development is going to be a fiscal burden on the city.
Yes, and that seems to be what falls in line with a lot of developments that we see coming in.
After 14 years?
Yes.
So now wait, so the phasing plan though is 14 years. So we're talking about
They
at
were-
the end of the phasing plan?
No, it was from the beginning of year one that they started building houses, and I think there was a 4-year phasing plan. So after the 4 years, from year 1 to year 14. So that includes the phasing plan of the 4 years in between.
So by the time they're built out, they're going to have a net burden on the city,
I thought they were built out after 4 years.
14 years.
Then yes.
Okay. I'm trying to understand that. I think we've got,
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Eugenia Larimore with EK Economic Consultants. I performed a fiscal impact study for this project. And first of all, I'd love to thank Matt and the Finance Department for the first time ever looking through this study and actually digging into the depths and all of the assumptions. So they've done a great work. A couple of concerns. One, and this is historical data. The city's fiscal impact study inflates certain inflation-related sales tax revenues by 2% per year. Some, and this is based on historical data, some revenue sources are not inflated at all. Our property taxes are inflated by 1.5% per year for residential. That's 3% per year minus depreciation 1.5. So you put all that together where no revenue source is growing by more than 2%. That's historically accurate. Obviously, inflation has not grown historically. Reno, the Finance Department looked at last 5 years. We all know what happened over the last 5 years. We're recovering from the recession. Inflation is projected to grow 3% per year. We can't really say that sales tax revenue is not going to grow at least inflation levels. That said, this finance fiscal impact analysis doesn't grow any revenue sources by more than 2%. Some are not increased at all. Fire and police are increased by 5%. Other services 3.75%. So it makes sense that not only any existing development or not future developments, but existing developments are going to be not necessarily fiscally positive. That's a policy issue and kind of an issue that everybody's going to have to deal with. On the other hand, specifically for this project, and the issue we're dealing here is, while I have no problem with assuming 100% new residents or 75% new residents, but it needs to be applied across the board, and the Finance Department analysis assumes 75% of residents will be new, generating new revenues, but 100% of residents will need new police services. If we're assuming that these residents are already here, they're being provided police services. If they move elsewhere, a new development, we only look at 75% new police services. If we make that adjustment, the project will be positive for the entire 20-year analysis period and going forward. So that's really kind of the issue, is in the assumptions we're making there. Number two, there's a lot of conservative assumptions in my report. For example, we're assumed a 10-year build-out period. No construction costs are grown over the 10-year analysis period. We're using the 17-18 numbers. If we grow that, the analysis, even with the 5% adjustments and the higher police salaries again, the analysis will be positive. So there's a lot of back and forth assumptions. It's a very sensitive analysis. Any assumption we make will make an impact on the analysis. The fact that this is a diverse mix with a lot of single family, that helps the fiscal impact. Obviously, that's a better impact than lower density or higher density apartments, higher incomes, higher sales tax revenues. And then the fact that it's an infill project lower utilities costs, existing services. We are assuming as part of the cost, capital expenditure costs for the fire department. We looked at a portion of a fire truck and an ambulance. As Andy mentioned, that may be paid in some portion by the developer. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but so obviously that helps that's included in the fiscal study. If that's taken out, obviously more positive. So there's a lot of things, but being a mixed-use development, having the commercial there, we would expect it to at least break even or be a positive project.
Thank you. So this is a challenge, obviously, for the Planning Commission because fiscal issues are not necessarily within our purview. It's within the city council's purview, and we don't sit on the city council, but it certainly begs certain questions to be asked. When you mention policy issues, I would certainly want to have a discussion on that, although, I don't know that that's within our realm to discuss other than flagging it as a concern, understanding that certain assumptions are built into those type of analyses. I mean, you can debate for days and days on those assumptions. It is concerning, though, seeing what's in the staff report based on what the city is using currently for its assumptions for these type of developments, and to where it goes from black to red. So I just want to make that known that I have those concerns. And I'm not on the city council, I'm on the planning commission. Other comments?
If I can jump in really quick, Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. Finding J does address financial impact of the application, particular land use types. So
For the planning commission?
for the Planning Commission and the City Council. So something that if you have questions or you want further information or more clarification, maybe the two of them can get together before we bring this back and get some resolution over a couple of issues. And that might be an easier finding to address
That
when
would
the
be
time comes.
Agreed, thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
I'd like more information next time as well, without any assumptions on the financial aspect of what we were just talking about.
Well, Commissioner Hawkins, you have to have assumptions and built into your analysis. I mean, it doesn't work without assumptions.
Well, maybe we can get it just a tad closer then.
I think that's what we need. Thank you. Okay. So any go-backs, any other issues, any other questions, comments, feedback? Anything that you've heard that strikes you?
Yeah, Brooke and Derek have been taking copious notes here, so we'll kind of compare ledgers and notepads and see, kind of come back with a list of things that we need to address. I definitely, there's a couple. We talked about the parks, fire agreement, things like that we need to get teed up. But no, I think this was a very positive, very useful process. I think this works pretty good as opposed to trying to bring forward a PUD and having you guys ask all these questions and then continuing it to another hearing. So this is very productive for us. We really appreciate it. Really appreciate our entire team of experts to be here to, answer your questions. Thanks for making me last on the agenda, even though I was first. I appreciate it.
We do what we can. And thanks to your team and staff from all the agencies for being here to answer the questions and taking the time out of your evening. We appreciate that. Any other thoughts from the commission before we move on out of this agenda item?
Great, thanks guys.
Okay, thanks so much. We're going to move on to Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Liaison Report.
Next one's coming up on the 6th of June.
Yes. Is that right?
Yeah, 6th of June. And then we're going to have a workshop about mid-month in June.
That's right. We have 2 meetings in June. That's what it is. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Staff announcements.
Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. We have not had a City Council meeting since your last meeting, so I don't have any updates on cases. We did have that new format on master plan amendments and zone changes, bringing the findings up into the staff report. I haven't heard any comments back, but please feel free to send me comments, questions, concerns, compliments on that. It's a lot smoother to write, I can tell you that much. It cuts down a lot of staff time to just bring the findings up into the analysis itself and guide the analysis that way. So I would love to get some feedback. Of course, not at this time because it's not on the agenda, but if you want to provide feedback to me, I am more than willing to take that. We can change it. This was a first run at this. And when you get Daybreak back, it will be in this format. It'll go into the new format. So any comments in the next week or so would be fantastic. And that's all I have.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to item number 11, Commissioner suggestions for future agenda items. Commissioner Hawkins.
Mr. Hawkins, wanted to bring up the point of Mr. Marshall wanted you to talk about infill and problems.
So Commissioner Marshall requested, since he's not here tonight, to, under this agenda item, request a future item that discusses the impacts or issues, I'm assuming, positive or negative, arising from infill development.
That's very general. Is that all you have? Okay.
Specifically arising from the approval of infill projects. Okay. And Commissioner Marshall, I'm sure, has more information to help you out with that one. So any other requests? Nope. Public comment? See nobody left in the room to make a comment, unless the commissioners have a comment. None. How about a motion to adjourn? All those in favor? Aye.